does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh, I need you again. So stick around. So stick around.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Hope y'all doing okay and having a good morning. We got a little bit of a late start today, so we can roll through this and actually, roll through the breaks and whatnot. So we're going to get started. And here we go, y'all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. So we have our verdict form as well. So with regards to closing argument, Mr. Dean, will you be utilizing the opening and closing?
I will do the first argument for the state, and Ms. Parker will close it out.
All right. Very good. Is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury?
Not on behalf of the assignment judge now.
Thank you. Is the state ready to proceed?
At 10 o'clock? Right. That's what I thought too.
Where are we? Well, we didn't need to be here as early as we are, did we? Mr. Hilliard, I think you wanted us here at 9:30. At least that was the soft suggestion, and I said 9 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock.
So we are ready to proceed at 10.
That's fine. So, but otherwise, you're ready to proceed, yes. And Mr. Hilliard as well.
Yes, sir.
But yes, at 10 o'clock. But I'm just trying to make sure that we cover all of our bases before we bring the jurors in. So at 10 o'clock, I expect that we will bring them in and get started right away. All right. Any questions at this point? Oh yes. Let's do that now.
Okay. I think at this point in time, they will have to.
And I know we inventoried, or the state, the defense inventoried the exhibits along with the clerk yesterday. Will there need to be anything further with that before we get to that point?
The only thing I can think of here is one PowerPoint that I didn't have a printout. Typically, I did them. If they have video or something like that, I'll have a disc in addition to the printout, so that there would be important to see moving parts in the PowerPoint. There was one, I think it was sort of Coleman's video footage presentation, where all I had was the disc, and I indicated to the court that I intended to print out a paper version of it and change it to 63A and B as opposed to just the one thing. I think we need to do that between now and 10 o'clock.
Mr. Hilliard?
Well, I can just look it over before we send it back to the jury judge and deal with any continuing witness issues at that point. So.
And again, I'm dotting I's and crossing T's before we even get to that part of the alphabet. So, all right. So with that, we'll recess until 10 o'clock and we'll begin closing arguments at that time. Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, Judge, how much time do we have a piece for the rule? Was it 1 hour or 2 hours?
It's 2. All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
And we're back that fast.
All right. Good morning. Please have a seat. Welcome back. Thank you for your work, your attention, the energy. We're at that stage now where we will hear closing arguments from the state as well as the defense. After closing arguments, the court will give you instructions at that time. So at this point, though, I'm going to turn to the state to begin.
Last Monday, during opening statements, I made a couple commitments to you. Right? These are very basic commitments. I told you that the evidence was going to show that the defendant killed her beautiful baby boy, threw him in a dumpster, and lied about it a whole bunch of times while law enforcement picked apart her multiple ever-changing stories and dug Quentin out of the window. Now, what did the defense tell you that the evidence was going to show? The defense told you that this case was going to be about rumor, speculation, gossip, innuendo, words like that. What happened after that? Well, what happened after that is that you heard from almost 40 witnesses and received almost 100 exhibits, close to 100 exhibits, all of which lead you to the inescapable conclusion that the defendant did, that she killed Quentin and covered it up. Now, that presumption of evidence, or presumption of innocence, that the judge told you about at the beginning of the trial, that is gone now. That is a frame of mind that you have to adopt at the beginning of a trial so that you don't prejudge the case. Everybody's entitled to that, all of us. Right? But it is gone now. Every witness we call, every exhibit we introduce, every bit of evidence that you see is chipped away at that presumption, and you no longer have to presume her innocent. And you should not presume her innocent. She sits before you right now proven guilty. Most of the evidence in this case was anything but rumor. All of it really was anything but rumor, gossip, and innuendo. Most of it was surveillance footage, GPS data, DNA, and so forth. We did call a couple of people that knew this family, knew the defendant, saw how she interacted with Clinton. They basically told you that she hated him. But that wasn't rumor. That wasn't gossip. That was based on things that they saw and they heard. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what the evidence in the case shows and how the law applies to it. Because you're about to have to go back and apply the law to the facts of the case. Okay. Let's talk about evidence. Evidence is simply the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits. Sometimes you'll hear people say stuff like, well, there's no evidence. There's just a bunch of people came in and said some things. Testimony is evidence. Everything that you've heard is evidence, and it all cuts against her. Evidence can be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is, I see my 5-year-old son under his bed eating candy in the middle of the night. That's happened. Circumstantial evidence is, I don't see it, but I find the candy wrappers the next morning. They weren't there the day before. And when I ask him about it, maybe he tells me a story about how it was actually his friend Misty or something like that. There is no legal difference in the weight that you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. It's all evidence, just the same. Now I'm going to start with the 204 trip as I go through the evidence and what it shows. Okay? Everybody knows about the dentist and going to Cheddar's and picking up the kids and everything. We don't need to start at 5:30 in the morning. We're going to start with the 204 trip. Because this goes directly to the state of mind that she was in when she did this. Now, she told them, and you heard her say why she went on this trip in the first place, what prompted it. And it was another argument with Danny about how he doesn't pay enough attention to her. The evidence has shown that this defendant craves attention. She needs attention, specifically male attention. She needs it like you need oxygen. That is what is going on with her.
You mentioned that they had some sort of argument. You were frustrated. Yeah, I was frustrated. It wasn't like an argument. It was more like I don't understand why you don't want to touch me type stuff. So once again, I was going to work this. Pretty much. And the only way I could make myself get away from that and try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off further.
She told Bridget Brock the same thing.
About your leaving. I think you and Danny had an argument too.
It was because of lack of sexual attention that I was getting frustrated with. But the whole reason why I left anyways and came up with the reason.
Okay.
When she's not getting the attention, the amount and type of attention that she feels that she's entitled to, that she craves, that she needs, it makes her feel worthless, and it puts her in a really bad state of mind. And that's what was going on tonight. And of course, it's exacerbated by the tooth and all that stuff. So at 10:22, she opens this dining room door and she goes out to the Dodge Journey. That's the only door anybody really uses coming and going from this house. It takes you right into the dining room. You come right out of the driveway into the dining room. And she goes to the Circle K, and she's looking kind of rough. Her face is swollen. She's got a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good way. She's in a bad way. And she buys 2 Natural Light Tall Boys and 2 cigarillos. Now, the beer might have been for Danny. That seems to be how she gets out of the house without telling him where she's going, having her run and pick up some beer. But the cigarillos, those are for her and Craig. That's who she's looking for. All right, there's messages between them in arranging these prior meetups where he's asking her to pick up rolling papers. He's talking about needing to find a room, I guess in his mom's house, I think is what he says, out on Hartwright Road, where they could find, where they could smoke. Because what she and Craig are doing at this time, what they do is they get together, they smoke weed, they kick it, and they have sex. Right? That's what the evidence shows is what was going on with her. And she has been doing this a lot in the week plus leading up to this. These are all messages from her to Craig that are in evidence, and you can see it. September 25th, 2 in the morning, on the way. September 22nd, just after midnight. Okay, I'm passing Quaco now. September 28th, 10 p.m., on the way now. October 1st, 1 a.m., I'm about to head that way probably. Just probably can only stay for a couple hours. A couple hours. These people are spending a lot of time together. October 2, about to drive over there actually. October 2, that was in the morning. This is in the evening. About to head over there and grab his ass at 40, so he'll shut up. This is what I was talking about. The way she gets out of the house and goes over here, she tells Danny she's going to make a bigger one. Now, it's not just about the sex, all right? It's that he is providing this attention and affection that, again, it's like air to her. She has to have it. He's sending her messages like, this is in the context of her complaining about Danny and how he's not giving her what she wants. Craig is sending her messages such as, don't worry, it will be okay. I got your back. And she's replying, I know you do, and I got yours all the way. This is what she needs. This is what she craves. And this is what she was looking for that night. The evidence essentially shows that Craig was like her emotional support drug dealer at the time, okay? And these are texts between her and Danny. Now, she had not told Danny that that's where she was going. She must have just mentioned the Circle K, the convenience store run. And the reason I say that is at 10:32, when she's leaving the Circle K, she tells Danny, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. He did not know that that's where she was going because he responds, oh, okay. Be safe, I guess, my queen. I will be, and I'll be quick, I promise. And she had told him that before. He says, I hope so. So now she's on the way out to see Craig. 10:36, the dining room door opens. And Paul gave him. Danny texts the defendant 2 minutes after that door activity. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Now, Paul told you that after he got something to eat and went upstairs, he was in the bedroom and pretty much out of play for the rest of the night. That's direct evidence. Danny told you the same thing. That's direct evidence. The defendant in her interviews said the same thing. That is direct evidence. And Paul's phone activity provides circumstantial evidence supporting this. There's this exchange between him and a coworker where the coworker asks Paul, what time are you going in tomorrow? And Paul responds with a 2-digit response, 12. That's at 11:40. He told you at this point I was laying in bed and either asleep or going to sleep. And the guy sends him 2 more messages and Paul doesn't respond. That short response and then the lack of any response to those 2 following messages is circumstantial evidence that what all 3 of them told you, that he was up in his room and out of play, is true. So that's what I mean when I say all this stuff is evidence, direct and circumstantial. You can look at this stuff and tell what happened. Back to Danny and the defendant's text messages with him. 10:41, she tells him, I'm about to turn on to 204. He says, okay. And then you get this series of text messages. Now, Danny told you that he was asleep. Okay, he told you that he was asleep or close to it when she got back from 204. She said that in her early interviews when she was all in on the abduction between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. story, and it didn't occur to her that she might have to at some point throw Danny under the bus and pretend like he was awake. She said that he was asleep. And there's a series of, so that's direct evidence, those 2 things. Now there's a series of messages that provide circumstantial evidence in support of that, strong circumstantial evidence. The only way to read these messages is this is a dude who just wants to go to bed and is in the process of doing that. 10:44, he says, thank you for the little bit left, baby, so sweet, no lie. Now, he was straight up with you. He told you this was a reference to a very small amount of cocaine that she had left for him. He wasn't trying to hide anything from you. And he went to sleep not long after this. And you heard from Special Agent Snyder that drugs affect people in different ways. And cocaine, in his experience, cocaine does make some people energetic, some people sleepy. It kind of depends on the individual person's physiology. And so these messages go on with Danny just trying to get her home because all this guy wants to do is go to sleep because he's got to get up for work in the morning. And the fact that he does get up for work in the morning at 5:20 is further circumstantial evidence that he was asleep and out of play, was not involved in any way, and had no idea what she had done. 10:45, I love you. Please come back so we can crash together. 10:51, or not. 10:52, I guess I'm going to eat this food and try to stay up for a few. 10:56. I don't want to be tired or you to be tired either. Now, there are a couple, I've taken them out. There are a couple responses from her in here, but they're like one word. They're kind of like stiff arm type responses. Like, leave me alone. I'm not really talking to you. 10:57. And I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up. 11:01. 1. Now, what is this message? This is a good night kiss from Danny. This is Danny giving up on it and going to sleep. I guess I'm not waiting up. I'm crashing. You're doing whatever it is that you're doing. I'm going to bed. Now, what is different about this night than all the other nights involving Craig? Again, this is the guy that she's going to for the attention that she needs at a time where she's upset and in a bad state because of the tooth and because of Danny, and she wants to go there and get what she needs and praise. Unfortunately, Craig wasn't there. He told you that. It was unchallenged on cross-examination. I think Mr. Hilliard just asked him to repeat that. You weren't there? All right. And that's she's only there for 10 minutes. She was in a bad enough state this night. This was a pop-in. There were no set-up text messages like there had been on other nights. She just drove over there and tried to catch him when he wasn't there. So now she's going home. Hasn't gotten what she needed from Danny and hasn't gotten what she needed from Craig because Craig wasn't there. That was the point of the whole Craig thing, the messages and then putting them up. It's just to establish that he wasn't there and he was not able to give her the male attention that she needed. It's not like a character assassination, like, hey, here's some salacious text, let's embarrass her. No, it's part of the story. But then it helps tell the story of what happened. And so she has to settle for $80 worth of Coke and Percocet from Tim Weston, who also lives out there, of the same family. She goes home and she enters that dining room door at 11:13 p.m. You saw the GPS and everything. It all lines up with this. We don't need to look at that anymore. I think you all got it, the GPS stuff. This is like 15 minutes after Danny's last text to her. The dude is asleep or close to it. And so she's the only one who's up. And she's the only one that's agitated. And she's the only one that hates the kid, that hates Clinton. And she's the only one blowing coke all night and stewing about how unhappy she is and how she's a victim and everybody's.
All right, what's going on? While we're waiting, let's answer this question. Is it common for a mother to have resentment? Is it common for, hold on a minute, hold on. Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because the father or another reason? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think they know the sound cut out?
If it's been a good day, it might take me a little longer to flip out. But if it's been a bad or stressful day, it can happen like that. But this was a bad or stressful day. She had her tooth pulled. She says 1,000,000 times that she was in pain and couldn't sleep. And so this would be one of these days where the snap would happen quickly. This is evidence. Another circumstance is that baseline behavioral problem, propensity to snap, is exacerbated by the drug use. Perks, coke, weed. Unhappiness, physical pain, discomfort from the tooth. These are the circumstances.
I become angry and impulsive when I'm like.
That's what we're talking about cocaine. So this is where she was at in that period of time where she's all alone, stewing in her own unhappiness. She says it herself. I was in a lot of high emotion and a lot of pain. And so it's under those circumstances that for reasons known only to her, that she does the unspeakable. All right? The judge will tell you that one of the things we don't have to prove is motive. And the reason for that is that, man, it's really hard to figure out why people do things sometimes. People do stuff that after the fact doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and that they probably wish they hadn't done. So we don't have to prove motive. But it's under these circumstances that she does something unspeakable. And it's literally unspeakable. And that is why she could not bring herself to admit it or tell the truth about it. Because it is an unspeakable thing for a mother to kill her child. But we know she did it in part because everything she does afterwards. Her flashlight is on for 20 seconds at 1 and 2 a.m. And that's because she's creeping around the house. This long route that you have to go to get out this living room door. It's the only time anybody ever uses the living room door. That's her taking Quentin's body out to the car. And she's using that door because it's the furthest one away from Danny. Less likely to wake him up and have him say, hey, where are you going? And what is that you're holding in your arms? So she goes out and she puts Quentin in the car. She goes back in and out a couple times at 107 and 110. She's going to want to get some shoes on, get her wallet. She's very careful about not getting stopped by the police and not drawing any attention to herself on this trip. That brings us to the second trip, the Azalea trip. Now, she would eventually say, when they kind of pinned her down and said, look, we found Quentin now, so we know that you put him in the dumpster because we know where the dumpster went and all that. She would eventually claim, look, I was just so messed up, I don't remember anything. Totally ridiculous claim, especially when you look at what she was able to do and how she was operating that night. It was all very calculated, all right? At least the aftermath, right? 113, she plugs her phone into the charger in the car. She's able to do that. At some point in here, she drafts a text message to Danny saying, getting some Orajel. Right, the cover-up starts right away. Getting some Orajel. Now, that message is never sent. That's probably because she made the calculation that, look, that's more likely to make his phone ding and wake him up and draw more attention. I just won't send it, and I'll bank on the fact that I can get out and back without him ever waking up, which is what happened. Unfortunately for her, they were able to find this in the phone. So she knows what she is doing. This is calculated. She turns from Buckholter onto Ogeechee Road. Hopefully this video will cooperate. This is one we're having a little bit of a problem with. She's coming to a complete stop. She's using her blinker. That's how you want to drive when you have your dead child in the car and you're going the wrong way. You don't want to get stopped for rolling through a stop sign or failing to signal. That's what's going on here. So when she tells you, I just don't remember, don't believe her. Don't believe her. This is that camera that's oriented at the dumpsters, and you can see the headlights up in the top corner, right? Just the top center. Now, I've left this whole video in here. I don't know if I'll play the entire thing, but the reason I left it in here is because it's long. It's like 2 minutes that she sits at that dumpster. You don't need 2 minutes to throw away old food, a story that was always ridiculous and totally transparent. She is sitting there thinking about whether she's really going to do this. Because once you put him in there and you drive off, you can't take him back. That Waste Pro truck is coming, and you made your decision. 2 minutes to think about whether she really wants to throw Quentin, her son, in the garbage, such that he gets crushed into pieces by the compactor in the garbage truck and ground into pieces in the landfill. She thought about it. She thought about it. And he puts in front of her a picture of that camera on the trailer right across from the dumpster that points at the dumpsters. And he asked her, what are we going to see when we pull the footage from this camera? And unfortunately, that camera didn't work, despite the best efforts of everybody at Chatham County Police Department, the local FBI office, and the Digital Forensics Analysis Unit. Just didn't have footage from this time period. It was an interior camera that was not ruggedized for the elements in the technical language of Sergeant Coleman. And she doesn't know that. And so she thinks that what she did there was caught on camera. And it's a rare moment of truth, because Special Agent Snyder asked her, what are we going to see when we look at that footage? What are we going to see you do? And she tells him, you're going to see me open up the trash, look at it, close it up, and put it in the dumpster. Tie it up and put it in the dumpster. And he asks her, it's a sensible question, why? If you're just throwing away old smelly food, why do you need to look at it? She doesn't really have an answer. What she was doing was looking into the face of her dead son, Quentin, one last time, and making a conscious decision to tie him up and throw him away like a piece of trash. That's what that means. So think about that. Think about that, what that would have looked like in that moment, in that bag. It's easy for these things to become abstractions. The Azalea trip, the origin story. That is a real live child. No, not anymore. That is a real child in a trash bag being thrown away. Then she eventually pulls off. When she does that, she commits the offense of concealing the death of another. That's count 4 in the indictment. You conceal the death of another when you unlawfully conceal someone's death in a way that hinders the discovery of whether they were unlawfully killed. And I would say it did hinder the discovery of whether he was unlawfully killed. It took them weeks to find him. And really, the only reason to do that is if you unlawfully kill him. I mean, that is a hell of a thing to do. That is a hell of a thing to do. The only reason to do it is if you have to do it to try to get out of a murder charge. And she pulls out, still driving carefully, coming to a complete stop. Putting on her turn signal. Anybody who's ever gone out to dinner and had 2 drinks and driven home and just didn't want to take any chances knows exactly what she's doing driving like this. Trying to avoid any attention. The next day, she would talk about a couple times. Once in this interview that you watched, and according to testimony of Detective Lemons, once when they were outside smoking a cigarette. She talked twice about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation.
Nobody knows it, but if I reach tomorrow morning, it already been past the time when you're most likely to find a missing person. It'll be past it. After that, you're less likely, right? After the person is around.
Now, why does she bring that up twice? She's posing it as like it's something that she's worried about, that if they don't find him quickly, that he'll never be found at all. What is going on here is it's exactly the opposite of this. This is not a fear of her. This is her hope. All right. She might be calculating. She might be manipulative, but she's not necessarily that smart. Okay. She does not understand that when a child goes missing, they pull out all the stops. She seriously underestimated and did not understand the capabilities of people like the Chatham County Police Department and Detective Lemons, agencies like the FBI, Special Agent Snyder, Special Agent Solomon, Special Agent Burns, Detective Noble, Jenny Cox. She didn't understand the commitment of people like Officer Zerke to be out there every day looking for Quentin. She did not understand that all of these people were going to care about Quentin, whom they never met, more than she did. By 1:26 in the morning, she's home and she's unplugging her phone. She's going in that dining room door. 1:39, she goes out again. And then there was this, her phone being unlocked from 1:47 to 2:01, a little less than 15 minutes. And I asked Special Agent first, could you tell what she was doing on her phone at that point? And he said, gosh, sure, I can't say for sure, but it looked like she was scrolling Facebook based on my training and experience, and he's got a lot. She's sitting there on Facebook trying to calm herself down and level out a little bit after doing this thing so that she can go to sleep and pretend like everything's normal and further the cover up in the morning. 2:01, dining room door opens again. 2:04, it opens. 2:36, it closes. And here's what she had to say about that. She says that that's because she was still frantically blowing lines, going outside, smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, coming back in, blowing another line, repeat the cycle.
And so you're doing trespass while the back door is open and shut.
Somewhere in there, she decides that she needs to go in the kitchen pantry or her closet or wherever she was keeping it and grab this rice cereal and spread it around in the car as part of the cover-up. Some kind of half-baked effort to absorb odor or something like that, throw off the canines or whatever. Like I said, calculated, manipulative, not necessarily smart. She said about this stuff that it had exploded in her car more than a month before, and she had cleaned it up, and she had taken it into the house. I'm sorry, but there is no reason for that stuff to be out on the tiki bar when police show up in the morning, unless she was spreading it around in the car, either in the middle of the night or in the morning before the police got there. That's what we call a clue. She knows what she did. She knew what she did at the time, and she was trying to cover it up. 5:20, Danny gets up and texts the babysitter, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle. Now, there was some effort made in trial to make this look like shady or nefarious on the part of Danny. And sometimes you have a fact like that where initially when you hear it, he texts the babysitter that they're going to stay. Hear this? They know a little weird. But then you just ask him, and you get a totally sensible, reasonable answer, which is that he was just sick of her shit. Okay, to put it candidly, he was just sick of it. You're staying up all night doing drugs, not waking up, and running around, not waking up to go to work, and wanting to spend money on a babysitter. That's all this is. And it couldn't have been that abnormal because Michelle's response is not, well, Daniel, this is highly out of the ordinary. There's nothing going on. And she just says, okay. And he takes this route to work, the most direct route, the quickest route, that does not go by his Jelly Mobile Home Closet. That's the testimony you heard, and we looked at the Zoom in and all that stuff. She eventually wakes up, and now it's time to launch the story. And at 9:14, she calls Danny and gives her the whole front door was open, and he's not in his playpen, the abduction story. Danny gets this phone call and runs out of work. He does not know what is going on. He has no idea what she has done. You heard him talk about, and his boss, Dave, corroborated this, that Danny left his North Face jacket and cigarettes there. He would not, he saw Danny. He's a nice enough guy, I guess, but he's not sophisticated enough to know he was involved in this, that he needs to begin acting before he's ever like home talking to the police. It just would not occur to a guy if he's somehow involved and is trying to disguise that, to start acting at work before he ever even gets home. He runs out like this because he believes what she is saying. He believes what she is saying. He certainly wants to, he doesn't want to believe what she did. So he believes it. That jacket was important to him. He was talking about it. He mentioned the brand twice. It's my North Face jacket, my North Face jacket. It's an expensive jacket. He would not have left this thing there with the cigarettes in it unless this is an organic reaction, a real reaction, a genuine reaction to something he believed. He doesn't even clock out. Dave Mullins told you that this little triangle up here means that somebody had to manually clock him out. And Dave also told you that he saw him in the parking lot and he was visibly crying. That is real. All of this. Danny told you that he didn't know. That's direct evidence. This is all circumstantial evidence that strongly supports that. There is no reason not to believe him when he says that. 6 or 8 minutes into that phone call, I think it's 8, she opens the front door. I told you were going to see this in the opening statement, and you did. She's on the phone with him saying, the front door was open and Quentin's gone. Meanwhile, she's opening the door and staging the scene. And she wanted to say in those interviews, well, the front door sensor is not working. How do we know? How do we know that that data is reliable? Well, again, the police work in this case is phenomenal. Detective Noble told you he sat down with those records that he got from ADT, and he pulled up the body-worn camera footage of the police officers that responded to the scene. And he looked at the timestamps on the body-worn camera to see when they were opening the door and seeing how firm it was. I think Lieutenant Foster talked about that. And he cross-checks those timestamps in the ADT records. That's evidence. That door sensor was working, and this is exactly what it looks like. This is part of the cover-up. She should have opened the damn door before she called her. Finally, at 9:39, she calls 911. Now, she doesn't want police attention. She's trying to run out a 24-hour clock. That's how she thinks this works. If they don't find him in 24 hours and pretty much gotten away with it. She doesn't want police attention right away. She only calls the police because Michelle comes over there and tells her, like, you really need to call the police. Your child is gone. And that's when we get into what has a heading in the indictment of the falsehoods on October 5. Now, I typed out this indictment. I called these things falsehoods in there because at the time of indictment, nothing's been proven. And falsehoods sounds a little softer maybe than lies. I'm going to go ahead and call these things lies now. Okay, because we're at the end of this thing, proving all of this. The lies on October 5th. Count 5, false report of a crime. She committed this offense by implying that Quentin Simon had been abducted by an unknown intruder. Now, initially, it was just an implication.
I woke up about 10 o'clock and I was going about 6, so between 3 hour period, so now the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his sleeping.
She would go on a little later that day to state this a little more directly.
Accident. There was no somebody falling. There was no horse playing. There was no door being left over and a child walked outside. There was none of that. None of it at all. And whatever happened, somebody picked that baby up out of that playpen and they took him with them. That's what they did. There's no way he can get out of that playpen on his own. No way.
Of course, there's the whole deal with her telling Detective Wilkins that she went to bed at 12 and woke up at 9. So this thing started falling apart almost immediately.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 I went to bed. I listened to you yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's us.
So I went to bed late.
I get you. Listen, I have them too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
Detective Robbins sees the car on the flock camera hitting previous night, relays that to Lieutenant Foster. So Lieutenant Foster goes and gets the first version of the origin story.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right here at that Chevron. My friend that I used to work with, she had worked out today, running a circle day, went home.
You know, as one does, leave your house at 1 in the morning to get a topical oral anesthetic from your friend. And Danny, of course, is looking at her like, what is this woman talking about? I've been home from work for about 3 hours now, maybe 2.5, and I've never heard a word about this. So then they go to headquarters, and she continues the lies of October 5th. Count 6, making a false statement by saying that the purpose of the 204 trip was to pay an existing drug debt, paying off a $20 refund. We're looking at an $80 cash app, and she later admits that it was for Percocet and cocaine.
At that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left him. It was a fraud from a couple days ago.
Each one of these lies, on each one of these days, is a separate crime. Count 7, making a false statement for saying that the only controlled substance of which she was a regular user was marijuana. And you'll remember this flowery lie that turned out to be totally untrue, like in a big way.
Like anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is not me. Because I was going to be honest with me. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's dead, I watched her be. I see her, I see covered for reasons. So that's going to be anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want. When I'm homegrown, I don't need to cook those stuff when I'm my shirt. Whether they're homegrown is wrong. I'm not creative.
Count 8, false statement for saying that the only controlled substance she had used in the past 24 hours was marijuana.
No, I did not take a Percocet right now. I'll this in the country right now.
And then the big one, right? The big one is what she was doing at Azalea after 1 a.m. Count 9, making a false statement. That she met Misty at a Chevron service station and had obtained Oregon from her.
My mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So we called Circle K to see if they had orange gel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems. And asked her if she had any orange gel. Later up there at the Chevron. They called her and got back. I told them, y'all, so 12 minutes.
In this lie, is for the purpose of committing the offense charged in count 10, false statement by concealing a material fact. Most material fact in the case. That on that trip, she had in fact traveled to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza and there had discarded her son's went inside in a dumpster. October 8th, with Bridget Brock, more lies. Count 11. Again, stating that the purpose of the 204 trip was to pay an existing drug debt. I told you in an opening statement that the evidence would show that she just had not had enough time to adjust to the new information of Misty saying I didn't see her and the cameras saying we did. So her only choice at this point, because they confronted with this like during this interview, is just to double down on it.
Left about 10:30 to 2:40, $20. Okay, so okay, and who you paying $20? Red. And what for? For when? Okay.
Count 12, false statement for concealing a material fact. The point of that lie was to conceal the fact that she had used controlled substances, that she was in a lot of high emotion and a lot of pain and using cocaine, Percocet, and weed. Again, that's because that circumstance contributed so directly to what she did to Quinn. Count 13, false statement for again stating that the purpose of the Azalea trip was to meet Misty, which again is not even her real name, to obtain Orajel.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy had talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She has to talk to you one time.
Yeah, she
But
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the Orajel.
Yes.
So in your mind, you looked at all these timestamps and possibly you came up with a story that's partly true.
No, that is
But
true.
there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you
I was 100% also. I showed the left 60. I told my interviewer the order she gave me.
right, and that didn't happen. We already interviewed this.
I had no order. That did happen. She had moments I remember this police where I got for it.
You have to stop that. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
And again, the purpose of that is to conceal that material fact, what she was doing there. And we talked about what that was. October 12th, making a false statement. By again saying that what she had done in Azalea was meet Misty for Orajel. And by now the location has changed. It was the Chevron. Now it's, okay, you got me on the cameras at Azalea? All right, fine, I met her at Azalea.
And I did. I did.
So it may have been in Azalea, not the Chevron, but I did meet her 100%.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah, that's not enough. Like, I really couldn't take
How long did y'all interact there? Missy, how long did you like?
2 minutes. It was quick little conversation. Everyone has her mouth feelings. She does crack this stuff. So she did. She was outside.
A few minutes later,
She understands. She looked at me. 100% true. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to take the government. That's a big thing. Yeah, because
It's a lot of fun.
yeah, it's what I think. Did you do any work right now?
I didn't do it the other night. But I found it, and the cards were the ones that I lost. How do I get back to the house?
so like 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes after I did meet Misty 100%. All right, I didn't speak to her, but that's why I went there. It wasn't. Count 16, false statement. For saying that all she had discarded was normal household garbage, characterizing her son's dead body, Quentin's little body, as stinky shrimp pasta, which is just disgusting. I mean, if you think about it, it's just disgusting. What a disgusting thing to say.
We did just come up from the trash. Yeah, I did the trash. The stand was in trash a few days ago, and there was spoiled food in my car. And so I go around and spin my gas out with food in trash. Yeah. It was like shrimp pasta.
Shrimp pasta.
Yeah. No, like shrimp. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was like, this has now. I thought that before I went to go to a 4. You know, I don't know before. I'm like, get out of the car. And I'm like, it was stuff, but I didn't think anything of it. To be honest, it's just, I was food, up in the car, see an opportunity, I put it out.
Just didn't didn't think about it. That's why I didn't mention it over the previous, I don't know, 5-6 hours of interviews. I didn't think anything of it. And of course, she's still concealing that material fact. And she had discarded her son, Quentin Simon, in a dumpster, like a piece of trash. October 31st, time to try something new. Danny's left town by this point. Who wouldn't? You know, that was characterized as some sort of suspicious activity on his part. This is a guy who had no connection to Savannah other than her. The relationship was already falling apart. It's a difficult woman to live with and to be in a relationship with. And by this, you know, now he knows that she's killed her child. It doesn't take that long to figure that out, even if he didn't want to believe it initially. So he goes home to his parents' house. Who wouldn't? All right, so now, by the time October 31st rolls around, hey, Danny's gone, screw Danny, I'll put it on him. And that starts with that text message to Special Agent Solomon on October 24th, and then that's made official in this October 31 interview. I'll tell you something about this count right now. It says that she made this statement to Detective Lemons, Special Agent Solomon, and Special Agent Snyder. I think the only one who testified about being a part of this interview was maybe Lemons and Solomon. When we have people like that joined with and in the indictment, we say she made this false statement to all three of these people. Even if the evidence only shows that it was made to one, with only one person testified of the three that they were the recipient of the statement, you can and should still convict on that count. Even if you have, if you look at it, it's like, well, that person didn't say they were there for it. You can still convict on that count. You should still convict on that count, because even if you were to omit the person from the count, it's still a lie. It's still a lie. So sometimes we charge things with the word and between them, but you should read it as or. You can read it as or. We do it that way for technical legal reasons that I won't get into. We have to charge it with and, so we put them on notice of anybody that we might prove the count as to. But you can read the and in there as or, and you should read it as or. And I think I saw somebody write that down. I'm glad for that. Another thing about like technical aspects of charges, these charges have Special Agent Brad Snyder as Bradford. That's his full first name. I don't know that that came out on the witness stand. Little things like that do not require you, do not prevent you from convicting on a charge. A little thing like the person's name, first name, whether it's Brad or Bradford, is not a material allegation in the charge. So little things. I mean, if it said somebody else entirely, if it said it was actually Joe Smith, and that guy never testifies, that's a problem. But if he said on the stand that his name is Brad, and the indictment says Bradford, you don't need to get wrapped around the axle. So anyway, she makes this false statement. It was not her, but rather Daniel Youngkin, who drove to Azalea and disposed of Quentin's body. Now, that doesn't make sense for 100 reasons. One being that she'd already admitted to making that trip and given a false alibi for it, with a false explanation for it, like 15 times. And later, in her last interview on November 21, she would once again admit to it. But here's something even a little more probably direct than that. That same day that she comes in and says that to them, it was actually Danny. She has this call with Danny because he's still like entertaining phone calls and things, even if they're not really together. And he asks her, "Where did you go when you left the house?" And she says, "Like I said, I went to get Georgia." She doesn't say, "What are you talking about? I mean, that was you. Remember, I was supposed to lie for you." She just once again admits on the same day that she's telling law enforcement that it wasn't her. She's admitting to Danny at a time where she doesn't think the police were listening, that it was actually her.
So what did you do when you went out after I fell asleep?
That call is just not going to sound like that. Therefore, October 31st statement is true. One, Danny's not going to be asking her, "What did you do?" And two, she's not going to be answering that question. She's going to be disputing the premise of it. So let's talk a little bit more about Danny. I talked to you earlier about some reasons that you could look at the circumstantial evidence in this case and the direct evidence of his testimony and her statements to know that. But there's some other things. She is telling him the same, throughout this thing, she's telling him the same lies that she's telling the police. And she's lying to him about what the FBI and police are telling her.
So I just lied.
I did not lie to you.
So you made a bad business.
Yes, I wrote that. And they try to say, I can't ask you to show me the picture or whatever. You don't speak to my phone late. They speak to her, you speak to her husband. So I'm like, you know, and they said, her husband. Why do you speak to her?
Nobody ever told her that they had only spoken to Misty's husband. She's lying to them, just like she lied to everybody throughout this case. And if he knew anything or had anything to do with it, their interactions in the hotel room just would not look like this. She would not have to lie to him. She would only have to lie to the police, to the FBI. Like a half hour later, she tells a different lie. The first one was, hey, they told me that they only spoke to her husband. And now she says, yeah, you know, my impression was that they talked to her and she corroborated my story.
And you went in that business.
Wait a minute, it's not for y'all.
And you said they told her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed it?
I'm pretty sure, yes. It's not like I told you what was said.
Oh, but they.
They said that they spoke to Missy and they didn't question no more about Oregon.
Oh, okay.
This is the day of that interview with Bridget Brock. They said that they talked to Misty and then they didn't question me anymore more about the Oreo. That is not an accurate characterization of that interview at all. She's lying to him, just like she's lying to the police and FBI. This guy didn't know anything. He didn't have anything to do with it. You heard from him directly. And one of the things the judge is going to instruct you on is how to evaluate the credibility of witnesses. And it's got a number of factors, this instruction, things for you to consider. The most important as they apply to Danny are his manner of testifying and his personal credibility as you observe. We would submit to you that he came in here and was just an open book, a guy doing his level best to tell you the truth. And there's some things about his manner of testifying that give that impression. One is he's not hiding anything. He's not covering anything up. I asked him, and this was not like rehearsed or anything. I asked him about the alcohol in the car and whether he would ever drink and drive. And he's on the stand under oath, essentially admitting to a crime. Yeah, unfortunately, at that point in time, I would do that sometimes. Mr. Hilliard on cross-examination asked him some question to the effect of, you know, you tried to say you were the responsible person in the home. He corrects Mr. Hilliard. Whoa. I never said I was responsible. He's taken ownership of his role in creating a certain environment in that house and certain behaviors. But he did not have anything to do with this. And he did not know anything about it. And it's kind of a shame what has happened to him, the effort that was made by her during the investigation for like a minute there to try to throw it on him. And some of the insinuations about him that have been made during this trial, and it might be made again in the defense closing argument. But you can assess Danny's credibility and consider the fact that he's corroborated by all of the circumstantial evidence in this case. One circumstance is that he was talking for like 2 months or so on a regular basis with two very experienced and savvy FBI agents, Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon. These people know what they're doing. Like Special Agent Snyder said, what the FBI has all these sophisticated techniques and resources and all that stuff. They love that word, resources. But at their core, what do? They talk to people. And they have extensive, it's not just his demeanor in the interviews. You know, I asked those questions, what was his demeanor like in the interviews? And it occurs to me, having heard all the evidence, that I think I might have been missing the point a little bit, and that's a little too narrow. It's everything that he did and said over like 2 or 3 months that convinced them every turn that he had nothing to do with this and no knowledge of it. He is not capable of pulling that off if it's not true. He is not capable of conning Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon. He ain't that guy. Probably nobody is. And that brings us to the day of arrest, lies on November 21. After giving all these detailed stories and changing the details whenever that became necessary, the weight of the bag, how exactly she threw it in, the exact amount, the color of the ties on the bag, all that stuff. Now, it's I just don't remember at all. I don't remember anything from when I got home from 204 and saw Quentin safe in the crib to when I was driving home from Azalea and hit the railroad tracks and jerked back into, forming memories, I guess. just totally absurd. Totally contrary to all these detailed cover stories she'd given to that point. And contradicted even in this interview. There's this line of questioning where Detective Lemons asks her, was Quentin in the trash bag? And she says, well, there were actually 2 trash bags, which is a new fact. Yet another change. Even on the final day, she's still changing things. And then Detective Lemons says, is that what Quentin was in? Or did you use a bag to dispose of Quentin? She says, I don't remember grabbing a bag. I was focused on throwing away the trash. So there's 2 things going on here. One is that she is admitting that she remembers what she did to the devil. This is like 30 minutes after she said, yeah, I just have no memory. And she's now describing details again. And 2, she's more or less admitting that, yeah, I threw Quentin. That's the only way to hear this. This is the closest you're going to get to a confession from this woman. All right? You can read this as a confession to concealing Quentin's death by throwing him in the dumpster.
What's the last thing you remember before? And then it goes to driving back from something. Have you seen the bed right when you got home or something? Like you came in and did it lying in the home? So that was like the when we got home from the ride trip. And that was actually less than real all that night. You know, in the truck. Yeah.
So that was actually, I got my clips mixed up. That's actually just like the main story. That's the story for that day. I just don't remember 2-hour gap in memory. And then this is the bit about the trash bags. And what I'm urging you to view is something like a confession, the closest that you're going to get from this person.
The story with Stan and Brad.
There was not a trash bag there.
Was that what Quentin was like?
Before there was like 2 nights later. I should remember. There was 12 pages. Did
you use a trash bag?
I don't recall the brand of trash bag. I don't know.
And then there's this. This also is something like a confession that she did at the dumpster where she's charged with doing.
I'm going to say something. It's going to help with what everyone's asking right now. This is a very small fraction of the mountain. What that was to get home is trash. And everything's looking right at is trash. You see how little is for. Do you think that we could have found him if we didn't know that you put him in the dumpster and knew exactly that dumpster went?
So that brings us back to the beginning of the indictment. We've made it through the end. I want to go back to the beginning and talk about the murder charges. Okay, because this is not just a concealing the death case. This is not just a false statements case. It's not really a false report of the crime case. It's a murder case. She killed Quentin. So I do need to talk to you a little bit about murder. Now, one of the things the court is going to tell you, the judge will instruct you on this, that crimes have what are called essential elements. Those are the things that we have to prove. The essential elements of a crime. And it's actually a very short list, right? So bullet points. We have to prove that she caused the death of her son, Quentin Simon, a human being, that she did it unlawfully. And this word is not really in play in this case. It just means like it's no case where there's a defense to the killing, like self-defense or defense of others or something like that. And for malice murder, count 1, we have to prove that she did it with malice of forethought. Now, we have to talk about malice a little bit, okay, what it is and what it isn't. You might hear it and think, well, doesn't malice mean to hate somebody? Well, first of all, there's some evidence of that in this case. But it's a legal term, it's a technical term. And the judge will tell you it is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is simply the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances, circumstantial evidence, show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. State does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. Perhaps in some states you do, but in Georgia, the state does not have to prove premeditation to prove malice murder. If a killing is done with malice, again, just simply the intent to kill. That's it. It is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act of killing, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Malice may be express or implied or both. You may imply malice when all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The judge will also tell you on the issue of intent that you can infer that people intend the natural and probable consequences of their actions. And if you make an assault on a 20-month child that is enough to kill them, and she did, you can infer that she intended to do it. You don't get to smother a baby or punch a toddler, I should say, or punch a toddler in the abdomen such that it lacerates his liver or something like that, or strangle a 20-month-old toddler, and then say, well, I didn't mean to kill him. The only way to kill a healthy 20-month-old child is on purpose, straight up. Manner of death is not an element of the crime. I imagine that the defense is going to say, well, gosh, they didn't even tell you how it happened. Manner of death is not an element. We do not have to prove exactly how she did it, and in this case, how could you? She covered it up. She threw him in a dumpster so that he got ground up into little pieces. Now she wants to come in and say, can't catch me, you don't know how I did it. It is not an element that we need to prove. All the facts show that her intent was that he never be found at all, right? And that she had to just forevermore be the sympathetic mother of a missing child. Maybe go on, Dr. Phil every 5 years and appeal to the public for his return. And the next best thing for her, in her mind, is that he be so torn apart that the experts, despite their best efforts, can't tell exactly how she did it. But it doesn't matter because we don't have to prove it. And that is a sensible rule. That is a sensible rule. And I'll tell you this, if you get wrapped around the axle on that, you go back there and you say, well, gosh, how can we ever? No. You are getting played in the worst way. You are getting absolutely played. If you do that, you're bringing her plan to completion. You are telling her, hey, great job. You did a good enough job with the cover-up that you get to skate. Nobody likes to get played. Don't get played. There are 2 other murder counts on the indictment. Both of them are felony murder. Felony murder does not require the intent to kill. It just requires that you cause somebody's death in the course of committing a felony. Those 2 felonies, the first one is aggravated assault. You know what an assault is. It's just any kind of attack on a person of any sort. An aggravated assault is an assault that's done with an object that when used offensively against a person did result in serious bodily injury. And it did result in serious bodily injury because Quentin is dead. The identification of what the object was is not an element. The object in this context can be anything. And there are 100 cases from the Georgia Supreme Court saying as much. It can be your hands, it can be your feet, it can be a pillow, it can be the side of the pack and play, the corner of the pack and play. It could be your fist. It could be a blunt object that you pick up. It could be a sheet. It could be a blanket. The only way that he's dead is if she made an assault on him with an object of some nature. And we do not have to prove what it is. People do not do this sort of thing in front of witnesses. And they don't like to talk about it. Count 3, felony murder, is based on the felony of cruelty to a child in the first degree. You commit cruelty to a child in the first degree when you cause cruel and excessive physical pain to a child. What counts as cruel or excessive physical pain? There's no legal definition of what counts as cruel or excessive. That's for you to decide. And this is pretty straightforward here, right? The thing that she did to him was enough to cause him to die. It hurts to die. Right? So she committed this felony. This count also, it has the word malicious in it. It says maliciously causes cruel or excessive physical pain. It's a different meaning of malice from in the context of malice murder, where it means intent to kill. Here it just means it wasn't an accident. Whatever you did on purpose. It wasn't an accident. And as with the previous 2 counts, the specific manner of the infliction of the pain, how exactly she hurt, is not an element. It's not something that we have to keep. So, nobody wants to believe that a mother would do this. This unspeakable thing. Nobody wants to believe. You'd bend over backwards to believe it was anything but an intentional killing or an intentional assault that resulted in his death. The police did not want to believe that. But the problem is all the evidence. Right? The problem is all the evidence. The police looked at every possibility. Right? There are only so many ways to die. There are only so many ways a healthy, robust toddler can die. If you have kids, you know that at 20 months old, at nearly 2, a little kid is like a bowling ball. They're tough. They're resilient. They don't just die. It takes something happening. I mean, yeah, there's like car accidents and things like that. That's not what we're talking about. They ruled out accident. They asked her 100 times whether there was some kind of accident. Tell us. If there was, tell us. And she never would, because the truth was unspeakable. All of her actions after the fact, immediately after the fact, the flashlight, the living room door, all that stuff, not yelling and saying, oh, something happened. Danny, help me. Tommy's not breathing. All that stuff, and everything she did is totally incompatible with there having been some sort of accident. In her final interview on November 21st, when she's been told that she knows she's being arrested for murder. For murder. This is like interview number 15. Now would be the time. If it was anything but that, anything but murder, anything but an intentional killing, anything but an intentional assault that resulted in his death, now would be the time to say it. And she doesn't. Because that's not what happened. This investigation ruled out accident. The evidence ruled out accident. This is something that they would have been happy to hear had it been true. There was no medical event. That's something that people, you're looking at a charge like this, it's natural to look at a way out of it. Is there some other way we can go to avoid this conclusion? Nobody wants to believe this. Well, they looked into that. They got all of his medical records for his whole short life. And all of Quentin's medical records. And we put in front of you 2 doctors who had like the most direct treatment of him and the most recent in time to when he was killed. This is like a combined 60 years of medical experience. And they said, no. If you're looking for an out there, you're barking up the wrong tree. It wasn't that. Dr. Fuentes said Quentin was thriving. And Dr. Birch told you how minor and unconcerning these things were. It was not some random freak medical event that just so happened to occur in the context of all those circumstances with what was going on with her that night. No SIDS. You might find yourself wanting to go down the, well, don't kids just sometimes die route to avoid calling this what it is? There's no SIDS. Way too old for that. Dr. Darasol told you that. SIDS has a lot to do with little tiny kids having a hard time, rolling and getting away from something that's obstructing their airflow and things like that. It's way too big for that. Way too big, way too strong. There's no accidental overdose. That was a possibility that was suggested by some lines of questioning, cocaine and so forth. One, it seems like they were, actually fairly careful with that, and it's expensive, and you're not going to lay it around and so forth. Then you heard from a forensic toxicologist, right, who looked at a bunch of stuff and didn't detect any of that on or in anything, including Quentin's brain tissue. Like I say, they looked at all this stuff, and there are only so many ways to die. This was murder. There is nowhere else to go. This was murder. She killed him. Now, here's an instruction that we really need to talk about in this case. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense. It is not a defense to a crime if you became intoxicated on purpose and then committed a crime. And that's a lot of what is going on here. She's essentially saying that is what happened.
I do something. I would take my responsibility.
That is classic voluntary intoxication. Getting so fucked up that you do something. You don't get to drive drunk and wipe out a family floor and come out of your blackout. And she wasn't blacked out. She's lying about that. And say, oh, my bad. You guys didn't know I was drunk. And then the court system says, oh, you were drunk? Oh, man, forget about it. That's not how it works. That would be crazy if that were how it worked. A huge percentage of people that commit murder are under the influence of something. You're responsible for your own actions. And by the way, if you're intoxicated to the point that it's impacting your faculties, and what comes out is that you murdered that child that you don't like. That was in there somewhere. Some people think the truth comes out when you're intoxicated. That was in there somewhere. This is not a defense. So let's just look at a couple clips of the most she could say in her defense in this case.
What do you think people are going to say when there's that victim?
Horrible letter. You're a killer child. God knows exactly what they're saying.
I can see that.
I didn't know what to do with it. It's not that I was planned out. It's not like I wanted to.
Lack of premeditation and it having been an impulsive thing is not a defense to murder. Most murders are impulsive, snap decisions. Every now and then you have a cold, calculated hit by like a contract killer or something like that. Most murders are just somebody snapping and killing somebody. And malice can be formed in an instant. There is nothing about what she's saying here that makes this anything other than murder. And it sounds like a confession to the state.
I don't know. I was alone. I much more than one thing, and I don't know if I did something that happened. But if I did, I'll take my responsibility. Even if I agree, I'll take my responsibility, but I still be a guy. And I'll come home with him alive and fill my arms. That's what I want.
She said a number of times that if it came out that she did it, if the evidence showed that she did it, that she would take her responsibility. And it's time for that now. We are there.
And if something does come up that I didn't have at fault, I will take myself to that police station.
The evidence has proven that she's responsible. It has proven it. And it is time for her to take responsibility for it. I put this picture up here because I think it kind of captures what happened in this case. Law enforcement searched through tons of garbage, through a great deal of garbage to find the truth in this case. Both the searchers at the landfill, who broke their backs out there day in and day out, and in a more figurative sense, the interviewers who had to sift through all of the garbage that she was throwing at them the whole time. They did their job. The police come in for some criticism, and that's a complex conversation. Good points can be made on both sides. But what everybody can agree on is that the police should be looking for missing children and trying to hold those responsible to account, trying to figure out who did it. And they did their job in this case. They sifted through the garbage and they found the truth. We have done our best as a prosecution team to present the truth to you in a clear and organized manner. It's a difficult thing to do when you have an investigation that is this thorough and this broad-ranging to come in and present everything that matters to a jury in a way that makes sense. And we've tried to do that. We've tried to show you the truth and to not waste your time. Now it is your turn to find the truth, to look for the truth, to speak the truth. You may recognize these words, you may not. These are the last couple of words from the oath that you took when you were sworn as jurors. And you promised to a true verdict give according to the evidence. And a true verdict give according to the evidence. So help you God. That's what you had to promise to do. Now, Quentin is gone. He is not coming back. But depending on what you believe, Quentin is either with God or his short life on earth was all he ever had. I know what I prefer. He is gone. There's really nothing we can do for him. The only thing we can do, really, the only thing you can do in any murder case, the only thing we can do to honor his memory is to just simply tell the truth about what happened. Tell the truth about what happened. And don't perpetuate the defendant's lies that this was anything but murder. I expect that you're going to hear about the burden of proof in the defense closing argument and the concept of reasonable doubt, and when all the evidence is against you. Really, the only play is to argue the burden of proof and talk about reasonable doubt. I hope somebody gets wrapped around the axle. The judge will give you the instruction on reasonable doubt, and you'll see that the words common sense are right in there. Common sense are in there. It's right in there. That's the core of what it's all about, is just getting back there and applying your common sense. And we are confident that if you go back in the jury room and you apply your common sense in this case, that you'll return a verdict that speaks the truth about what she did. Thank you.
My preference to go directly into defense closing argument. I believe this is a good time for a break. So let's the time now is 11:36. Let's take a about a 15-minute break. Let's come back ready to get started at 11:50. All right.
Jurors exiting.
And we're caught up. So I guess we're going to finish waiting on this break here. Who predicted this break? And it's going to be 15 minutes turned into an hour. Well, this is live, baby, and it ain't showing me that they're back yet. I know I see you're kind of like, shouting at me that they're back, but baby, this is live. They're not here. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do, baby. It's not showing that they're here. You know what, Sherry? I thought the defense did okay. I thought they did pretty good. I mean, I thought they tried. Hey, BCB owner, how are you, love? I thought the defense, I thought they tried. That's their job, They got to do it regardless of how they feel.
All right.
That was a lot to take
if you
in.
Could bring out Miss Simon, please. Okay, we are back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6. Let the record reflect that counsel for both parties are present. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel. And at this point, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
I saw the little side look. I know you've already done your part. And Mr. Hilliard, are you ready to proceed?
We're ready to proceed.
All right, very good. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors entering.
Hey, Queen Widow, how are you?
I'm good. I just came up to say thank you first, covering this while you're sick.
Oh, it's all good. I'm feeling better, though. I'm getting it. I'm on the mend now, so I'm feeling a lot better, yeah.
You sound like you're starting to feel your normal what is it you're called? Hornet cell.
Yep.
Ready to sting.
That's right. That's right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please
All right,
have a
here we
seat.
go, baby. You want to stay up here? You want to you want to stay up here and
Yeah,
mute,
I'll
or
stay
you
up
want
here
to
and
Members of the
jump
keep you
down?
jury, have
company.
you been able to follow
I'll
the
stay up
court's
here and keep you company.
instructions? Have there been
All
any
right.
discussions about the case? Have you overheard discussions about the case or done any research? With that, I will turn to Mr. Hilliard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good almost afternoon. Thank you for your time. It seems like a lifetime ago, back on October 9th, when we started to select this jury. And back then we asked a bunch of questions. And the most important of which was whether or not you could set aside your feelings and your emotions and be a fair and impartial juror, to which all of you said you could. The reason why I bring that up now is because of something the state just said about the burden of proof. The burden of proof is the requirement. The state has to overcome the burden of proof. Okay, they hate it. They have complete and utter disdain for it, which is why Mr. Dean used the term wrapped around the axle, as if you hold the state to their burden of proof that there's something wrong with you, that you're not normal or straight, or you're getting twisted. That's not really how our system of government and our court systems work. We selected you, and you are the perfect jurors for this case. We're not asking you to set aside your life experiences. We're not asking you to set aside your feelings or anything like that. You were selected for who you are and your unique experiences by both me and the state of Georgia. In that regard, you are the perfect jury to consider this case. Now, and I say that, and during the course of this, there is nothing personal between Mr. Dean or Ms. Parker or myself or Mr. Purse or Ms. Lemons or any of the witnesses. But it's an adversarial system, okay? I am their adversary. It is my job to stand up and defend my client, Ms. Simon's rights. And it is my job to hold the state to their burden of proof. I don't take that task lightly. And it's been my job to do that since we began. Now, what happens next is I take that responsibility and I turn it over to you. And I'm going to start with my biggest fear. And my biggest fear is this case deals with so much emotion. It has from the beginning. I don't think that's an overstatement or an understatement. And I know there were times during the course of this trial where every single one of us felt something deep down inside of us. On more than one occasion, we've seen witnesses break down, seen jurors break down. It's a serious matter. But the law gives us guidance on what we're supposed to do when that happens. When it comes to emotion, the law says that the case must not be side-decided, for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or you're angry at anyone. Your verdict is to be based on evidence. It's not to be based on emotion. And in times during the course of this trial, the emotion was directly pointed at you. How could it be otherwise? And I think that it's important for all of us to acknowledge that. There were things that were done to draw your emotion up, to play upon your emotions, to manipulate and twist your emotions. Things to get you angry, things to get you upset, things to dehumanize Miss Simon. Things to get you to make judgments about her that have nothing to do with the evidence in the case. Now, I wasn't the one doing this, but these things were done. And to pretend that they were not is just not accurate. you heard a lot from witnesses. And I'm going to talk about, there's basically 4 types of witnesses. And I like to identify them because it's up to you to determine, just like Mr. Dean said, the manner and method of testifying, what type of witnesses they are. As a defense lawyer, I basically put them down into 4 different types. Number 1 is a police witness. Police witness can be unbiased or biased. It basically depends. I mean, to be quite fair, a police witness is paid government money to investigate and prosecute crimes. Some of them think they have to put their fingers on the scales. Other ones don't, but they're police witnesses. That's kind of one of the first categories I put them in. The second one is a civilian witness. Of course, that's an easy one. Bernard Johnson, Waste Pro, those guys. They're just a civilian witness that get called into the investigation. Paul Simon, one of my personal favorite, a civilian witness. Miss Bowling, civilian witness. Then there's what I call like a fact witness, someone that you would normally never hear from, but they just have some sort of fact to give. They can be civilian or they can be police. In this particular case, I would say any of the forensic examiners kind of fall in that category. And the final one is what I basically would call a sock puppet. A sock puppet witness is somebody, and it's usually a police investigator or someone like that, who basically gets up and wants to parrot what the state's theory is. Now, in this particular case, emotions were very high. I don't think that's an extravagant statement. And a lot of the witnesses are going to say, well, this didn't conform to normal, or this wasn't right, or basically, she reacted differently. That's not what the law calls for. The law calls for you to base your verdict on evidence. Okay? And the reason it's my biggest fear you're going to base it on emotion or something that's not completely or at all relevant to the issue is it's difficult to push these feelings aside. It's difficult to put this prejudice aside. And it's difficult to look at evidence, especially in a case dealing with a dead 20-month-old. I cannot think of a harder case to do it in. Now, Quentin Simon was a sweet, innocent child. I don't think anyone said anything different. He died far too young. I don't think anyone said anything different. And if I have, to any extent that you've maybe thought that that's where I was going with that, I apologize. I never, ever, ever meant to come across that way, and I don't think that I have. There's no doubt about these two things, and no one in here disputes it. But to parade witnesses up here, witness after witness, basically they're going to testify for the state, and to make this argument that in some way, shape, or form, who Miss Simon was having sexual affairs with was in any way, shape, or form relevant to the question of how Quentin Simon died is just horrendous. It's meant to evoke an emotional response from you. We said in the beginning that most, if not all, of the state's case was based upon speculation and character assassination. I believe those are the exact words Mr. Peirce used. And we sat here for an hour and 28 minutes and listened to Mr. Dean say exactly that. Now, this was their strategy from the beginning. They can pretend that they did something, and I'm not saying that the task was Herculean, obviously, to search the landfill. I learned more about landfills than I've ever wanted to know in this case. But the state made a misstatement in its closing. I asked Mr. Johnson on cross. There were 1,500 loads of trash in that landfill from all over Chatham County and surrounding counties. They pretend like there wasn't other places this could have come from. And the reason why is because they have to. I asked Mr. Youngkin a lot of questions. Mr. Youngkin, quite frankly, The state has to believe Mr. Youngkin's testimony. Their whole theory of the case depends on it. Because of Mr. Youngkin's statement that he saw Quentin Simon at 3 a.m., saw Quentin Simon at 5:30 a.m., and then texted the babysitter and Quentin was fine, their entire theory of the case falls apart. They have to believe Mr. Youngkin. Mr. Youngkin is the best example of a sock puppet witness we have. He had every reason to get up there and say exactly what they wanted him to say. And we heard very early on, he told them that he was trying to save his own butt. And that's fine. I get it. He went so far as to wire a hotel room with video and audio and to tap his own phone to try and incriminate Ms. Simon for the police. Okay? That's Mr. Youngkin. Now, the state's strategy and the way it's presented this case has been basically to tell you, and I don't think I'm stating anything out of place here, that Miss Simon was a slut, a party girl, someone who lies, a horrible mother, someone who didn't act appropriately as a mother. All of these things could be true more or less to some extent, but none of these things have anything to do with the central question in this case. And they still haven't answered that question with evidence, not speculation, okay? The central question in this case is how did Quentin Simon die? Where did Quentin Simon die? And in what manner did Quentin Simon die? They've charged Miss Simon with murder. Okay, that's a hell of a thing. And it's supposed to be a tall order. So I'm sorry if the burden of proof seems a little lax or inconvenient to the state, but in this particular case, they made the allegations. And here's the thing. Mr. Dean was explaining this because they really don't have any idea about any of these things. They just have their best guess. The state whole evidence with regard to counts 1, 2, and 3 comes down to their wild ass guess. That's it. Because any part of their theory and speculation that changes, it falls apart. Mr. Dean was talking about the door opening and closing. Well, he played the video for you. The first video was she said that the front door was unlocked. Okay. He spent this entire trial saying it was open. That wasn't what she said, but okay, whatever. I understand that you have to say that and you have to see it that way because your entire theory falls on that. But let's just assume for a minute that, okay, so she said it was unlocked and it was shut. Well, the back door was opening and closing all night long. Okay. Now, Danny Youngkin said he went to sleep. He has to believe that Danny Youngkin was asleep. His case depends on that. Why? You've seen the layout of the room, okay? You saw the racing bed where one child slept. You saw the pack and play where Clinton slept, and you saw where the baby slept. And then you saw where Danny and Leilani slept. It was one room, wide open. They have to have Danny asleep, and they have to have their exact timeline, because to do otherwise destroys it. What happens if Danny's testimony was correct? It doesn't fit their timeline. So of course they had to go in with Danny Youngkin from the beginning. Now, they didn't come right out of the gate and show you any evidence of time, manner, method of death or anything like that because they don't have it and they're never going to have it. Now, they're asking you to use your emotion to get angry and to convict based upon that. And that's simply not proper. Now, we're at the end of a journey here that's been 2 years in the making. And the key question here is, how did Quentin die? That's why we're all here. That's really it. Was it an accident? Was it a murder? What was it? Especially as it relates to the aggravated assault, the cruelty to children, and the murder charges in the indictment. What happened to him? What is proven beyond and to the exclusion of every other reasonable doubt? Not just some, but every single one. That's the burden of proof. And they've never answered those questions. In fact, there was a great deal of things you were probably looking for and never really got. For most of this, they were trying to say that October 4th was going out to 204 to see Craig. That didn't materialize. They had the text messages, which you can look at. And the thing is, I don't really understand how any relationship with Craig does anything to shed any light on how Quentin died. Unless you believe the fevered dream they've come up with, that in some way, shape, or form, this has something to do with her attention seeking. And I don't get that, because if someone is craving that much attention and they find that attention and they have someone that gives them that attention, wouldn't that take away the struggle? Wouldn't that take away the strain? I don't buy that. Now, as regards to counts 1, 2, and 3, let's talk about, Mr. Dean did talk about this a little bit. Accident. I don't know whether an accident happened or not. As good a theory as any. We do know there was vomit. We do know there was an overwhelming smell of vomit. We saw Sergeant Stewart, one of the first officers to respond, refused to go in the house on his body-worn camera when Lemons went in because of the smell of vomit. This man was a 35-year-old detective. I mean, a 35-year-old police officer. He's been on the force for 35 years. Okay? He noted that. Lemons noted that. But you know who didn't know that? Danny Youngkin. Nowhere at any point in time did he ever note that. Now, I'm not saying that Danny did anything wrong. My theory is that indicates some sort of accident, some sort of suffocation, something. I don't know. But the difference is I don't have a fixed interest in the outcome there. They do, which is why they have to build this mountain out of a molehill. They don't have that evidence. They never will have that evidence. They have to depend on Danny Youngkin. Because if anything changes, if it's up at 3 a.m., he said this defeats God, and Quentin was fine. Never explained that one. If Quentin's fine at 3 a.m., like Danny Youngkin said, their favorite witness, then the 1 o'clock Azalea trip doesn't, or does it? They have to believe that. They have to peddle that. They have to sell that. They have to say he was mistaken or wasn't lying, which is always interesting to me. Now, I would love to solve the case. I really would. But I don't have to. They do. I have just as many wild theories as they do. Everybody does. But I don't have to prove them. And more importantly, and this is the most important thing about that, I can have as many wild theories and stand here and tell you those theories as they do. Okay? But it doesn't change the burden of proof. It's just wild speculation, not unlike anything they've done. It doesn't change that the burden of proof lay with them. And the fact is, and they don't like to talk about this, or maybe they do. Maybe they try and gloss over it. With regards to counts 1, 2, and 3, they have not come close to meeting their burden of proof. The time, manner, method of death. Yeah, that's not part of the requirements, but you have to show that it happened that way. There's no evidence that it was a homicide. There's no evidence that it was murder. None. Zero. Zilch. There never will be. And that's the thing they can't talk about. Because to talk about it and to give voice to it undermines their case. But you don't have to believe me. They don't know what happened. Their indictment says they don't know what happened. The state had to concede that in their closing argument, that they don't know what happened. You cannot speculate someone into a guilty verdict, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Dean used an example, and I like this example. It's actually a pretty good example, and it cuts both ways. He was talking about, I'll use a different example just to kind of differentiate. Circumstantial evidence. Okay, circumstantial evidence. The example we normally give in Georgia is if you're sitting in here and you walk outside and you look around, and when you walked in, the ground was dry, and you walk out, the ground is wet, then you can infer it rained, right? Makes sense. But what you can't do is walk out, see a wet ground, and infer that it's snowing in Denver. Those aren't the same things. So speculation is speculation. Inference is inference. There was no evidence. I asked Dr. Darasol if having the vomit would have made a difference in what she could and couldn't do, and she said yes. I don't control that. They do. You heard from the young lady from the forensic toxicology lab that she didn't have enough to test the vomit. Now, why would that matter? If it was a normal, literally, if it was just normal vomit, you would need to know that. He could have choked on normal vomit. If it was toxic vomit from getting some sort of poison or some sort of drugs, you need to know that. You would think. Okay? We don't. At least she said there wasn't enough to test, and I have no reason to doubt her. But that's a lack of evidence. It doesn't cut either way. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, about the burden of proof and circumstantial evidence. When there's a tie in the evidence like that, the tie goes to the defendant every single time. It doesn't go to the state, it goes to the defendant. Now, when I was in law school, I had a professor who liked to tell this story to illustrate an example. Father takes his son to the restaurant. They're sitting in the restaurant. He says, "Here, son, draw a picture of a horse." So he draws a head, a neck, a back, 4 legs. And
He's losing us.
It's like, how many legs does that horse have, son? He goes, 4. He goes, now, what if the tail's a leg? He goes, well, 5. He goes, no, son. That's not how that works. The horse only has 4 legs. It doesn't have 5 just because I tell you that the tail is a leg. The tail is still a leg. So I can stand here and tell you stuff all day long. It doesn't make it true. Why do I say that? Well, the judge will charge you on this as well. The questions from the lawyers are not evidence. And I have to point that out in this case because there were a lot of very long-winded questions from the state. But that's not evidence. What comes from the witness stand and the exhibits is evidence. Now, why do I point that out? Daniel Youngkin was overlooked from the beginning. He started cooperating with them from the beginning. Okay? They literally did not look at him for anything. He made some statements to them which either, if they were true, blew up their timeline, and if they were not, were a lie and questioned his credibility. So they have a vested interest in believing him. So let's talk about him leaving. The question for you to determine is do you believe Danny Youngkin when he said that Clinton was alive at 3 a.m. when he got up to check on Scott? If you do, that blows up the case. Do you believe Danny Youngkin when he said he woke up at 5:30 or 5 o'clock to get ready to go to work, and then Clinton was fine, and then texted the babysitter that the kids were going to stay home? If you do, it blows up their timeline. Do you believe his statements from the witness stand that that was all bull. And he was fed up with her. And whatever excuse he gave from the witness stand, quite frankly. Because if you do, then it means he was lying before. Now, I would have asked you to think about one of the witnesses who did testify, Paul Simon. He was personally one of my favorite witnesses. But he testified exactly different than what Mr. Dean wants you to believe. He knew Danny. And he testified from the witness stand that on that day in that yard, when they were talking to the police, Danny seemed unfazed. He didn't seem upset. He seemed unfazed by this. Now, does that mean I think that Danny did anything wrong? Not necessarily. My theory can work the same way as their theory can. Danny woke up at 5, saw something that happened to Quentin, freaked out, doing the trash on the way to work, came home. He doesn't know anything. Does it mean he did anything wrong? No, I don't think Danny or Miss Simon harmed Quentin in any way, shape, or form. The evidence doesn't show that. I don't have any reason to speculate that. I don't have any vested interest in that particular outcome. They do. But it's in their best interest to believe that. It's in their best interest, when I say them, I mean the state, to try and sell that and peddle that. I asked Danny why he stayed here. Even Paul was so funny. He's like, man, that's what you signed up for. If you don't like it, because he said Danny was complaining when he got home. They forgot that part. Okay, they didn't want to mention that part because it shows Danny was unhappy. Like, man, you signed up for this. If you don't like it, leave. I asked him why he didn't leave. And remember what he said? I wanted my daughter. Well, you know what? Between October 5th and October 9th or 12th or whatever the hell it was that he left Savannah, he didn't get his daughter because I asked him that question too. So the whole reason he stayed didn't matter when he left. And that didn't seem to faze them at all. But it's something you've got to question. Ladies and gentlemen, emotional decisions are almost always bad decisions. Okay? You have facts on your side, argue the facts. You have the law on your side, you argue the law. And whenever you don't have either on your side, at least with regards to the first 3 counts of this indictment, you depend on emotion. And that's what they've done. I don't mean to come across sounding harsh or cynical or pessimistic. And I don't mean to imply that the feelings that you and the officers and the search team and probably millions of other people have felt about Quentin Simon are not real. They are. I just mean to point out that they're not evidence. And that's what we're here for. They have to prove through evidence. Now, you're going to have to go back into the deliberation room. You're going to have to look at the actual evidence. And you're going to have to look at the actual law. And you're going to have to come up with common sense and use your judgment and leave the emotion at the door. It's a court of law. It's about cold, hard facts. Not emotions, not feelings, not speculations. Not mine, not theirs. I can't speak for you, but I've made emotional decisions in my life, and I can tell you to about a 99% accuracy that most of those emotional decisions were wrong. Not all of them, just most of them. So you're going to have to go back there, and you're going to have to deliberate on each and every count of this indictment. And you're going to have to make decisions about each and every witness that testified. And then you're going to have to come up with a verdict. Now, the reason why I say that is there is another alternative solution. I'm not surprised when a 21 and 28-year-old couple who have a child together, who are doing drugs together, who lie about doing drugs together. Doesn't surprise me. It also doesn't have an inference of committing murder. Okay? That's what we're here for. That is the elephant in the room. The state does not like to talk about Danny. Danny was just as much involved in the drugs as Miss Simon was. Involuntary intoxication is not a defense. We're not even saying that. Okay? What I am saying is it's just not very honest to say they weren't doing drugs. And Danny said he wasn't responsible, but that was in response to, I mean, I'm sorry. You're in a room full of small minor children doing drugs that are toxic to those children. Is there any manner or method in which doing those drugs in that room can be deemed responsible? But he went out of his way to put, it was on top of a chest of drawers they couldn't reach. Anyone who's had children knows, and you don't have to leave your common sense at the door for this. Children get into everything. Okay? They do. They get out of everything. They get into everything. That is just what they do. And in Danny's own words, these were some mean-ass kids. And I suspect that no matter how responsible you were, they could get into something. Is that what happened here? I don't know. But neither do they. Now I'm going to talk about the concealing the death and the azalea mobile home. To Mr. Dean, one of the things my dad told me was when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Okay? But a lack of evidence is still a lack of evidence. His timeline only works. And I don't understand, he's right, motive's not an element of a crime. But his timeline only works if it happens exactly the way he said it did. And in order to believe that, you have to believe Danny Youngkin. You have to believe that he, on his own, without prompting, without any prompting by anyone, said that at 3 o'clock, Quentin was fine, and 5:30, Quentin was fine when he left, and texted the babysitter on his own without ever checking on one of those two things. But see, here's the thing. He was being questioned by the police. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out if they're questioning you and pushing you that it's probably not a good thing. They never asked for a reasonable explanation of that because it would screw up their timeline. What if he was the 1 a.m. trip? That would screw up their timeline too. What if he wasn't? That would screw up their timeline too, especially if he said that she was fine at 3 o'clock. So now, that being said, Ms. Simon doesn't have to prove herself innocent of these charges. The state has to prove her guilty. And Mr. Dean said, well, we've done that, so you don't have to consider that. No. That's not how this works. Okay? You have to consider all of the evidence, all of the witnesses, all of the testimony. Not consider what I'm saying or his theory. You have to consider what you come up with. And with that, I'm going to get to what the burden of proof is. And how you the judge is going to give you the law. And I'm going to tell you if there's any conflict between anything I say or anything Mr. Dean says, the judge is the ultimate arbiter of this. And give me 1 second. I misplaced what I was looking for. So, count 1 is malice murder. In order to be malice murder, there has to be malice aforethought. Ms. Simon had to unlawfully cause the death of Quentin Simon, a human being. If you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has proven that she did that, the only verdict you can return is a guilty verdict. But if you think there's no trace of that evidence whatsoever, your verdict has to be not guilty. If there's any evidence at all, even the smallest measure amount of evidence, a scintilla of evidence, your verdict has to be not guilty. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. If you think that there's reasonable suspicion to think she may have did it. The only verdict you can return is not guilty. Because it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. If you think that the greater weight of the evidence is in the state's favor versus the defendant's favor, slightly, that's what we call a preponderance, then your only verdict you can return is not guilty, because the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a firm belief that everything that Mr. Dean and the state is putting forth is true, but you have a reasonable doubt as to what actually happened, for which you can state a reason as a fair, impartial juror, the only verdict you can return then is not guilty. The only way you can get to guilty is if you're convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a high burden of proof. And I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, as to count one, there is no way to get there. As to count two, and I'm being specific on this. Yeah, they don't have to tell you what the offensive weapon was, but they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it happened the way they said. There's zero evidence of that. Count three. Count three is the count that has to do with cruelty to a child, I believe. Now, their theory is that Miss Simon went into a room with two other sleeping children and Mr. Youngkin and did something to Quentin Simon without anyone hearing it or waking up, and then left to dump his body. Despite the evidence that Daniel Youngkin said he was fine at 3, despite the evidence that Daniel Youngkin said he was fine at 5:30, despite the evidence that he's the one that texted the babysitter. So let's turn to the concealing a death count. Again, the standard of burden of proof is the same for all of these counts. So I'm not going to be repetitive and do it for each one because I don't get paid by the word. So there's no reason. You can understand and assume that the standard stays the same. Concealing the death of another. The only way that count is proven beyond a reasonable doubt is if you believe that Quentin Simon's body was in the bag and she threw the bag in the trash at the Azalea Mobile Home Park at 1 something in the morning. Beyond a reasonable doubt. There's not evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. There's evidence she said she went. You know, they have a theory. Hell, my theory is the same. She might have went to get dope. So I would guess. Cokeheads do cocaine. Opiate users do opiates. Weed smokers smoke weed. Okay? You have the text messages, and you have Mr. Youngkin's testimony. Mr. Youngkin told you that they were using every day at this point. Okay? So you have the statement that Leilani was trying to cover for Daniel. Their theory is that was a lie, but Daniel's the one that left town a few days after this happened. They don't seem to have any questions about that. That's always seemed odd to me. As a detective, going to detect stuff, walking into a scene where a child's abducted, my first instinct would be the non-related boyfriend or husband of the mother. But that doesn't seem to be the case here because it doesn't fit the timeline. That doesn't mean that I think Danny necessarily did anything wrong. No, but it seems like a natural, obvious question to ask. It seems like a natural, obvious investigation to make. And it does look suspect that A, he helped out almost immediately. He turned on her almost immediately. He set up the hotel video and audio surveillance almost immediately. Wiretap for 60 days. Now they talk about that and they play these little excerpts from the statements, but the consistency from Miss Simon has been the entire time that she never harmed Quentin. And she didn't dump his body. So it is a hell of a thing But if you're going to accuse somebody of a hell of a crime, you better have a hell of a good amount of evidence. That might start with actually proving that a murder occurred versus an accident. We don't have that here. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been sitting here for 8 days of evidence and almost a half day of argument at this point. So I'm going to ask you, when you go back, and I'm going to tell you just straight up, I don't give a damn about lying about smoking weed. I really don't. Okay? Most drug users lie about their drug use, Mr. Youngkin included. That doesn't usually concern me. But I'm going to ask you to go back and return the only verdict you can on this evidence. As to count 1, I'm going to ask you to return a not guilty verdict. As to count 2, I'm going to ask the same. As to count 3, I'm going to ask the same. As to count 4, there's some question as to whether or not A, this happened the way they say, B, who it was, and C, whether or not this even happened the way they're alleging here. That's reasonable doubt. The false report of a crime, I haven't touched on this very much, but you know what? The reality of it is that could have happened too. And it actually would make a hell of a lot more sense. And here's why. Rather than trying to say Miss Simon wasn't reacting, and I don't really know what the hell this means, but Miss Simon's not reacting the way you would expect someone to. Well, I'm fairly certain I don't react the way people expect me to sometimes, and you probably don't react the way people expect you to sometimes. But when it comes to your child missing or presumed dead, that tends to make people react in a weird way. So I don't think they've proven false report of a crime. If you woke up and your child wasn't there, what are you supposed to do? And she did report it. Okay? They tried to say in the beginning that she didn't, but you actually heard the 911 call was made from her phone, and Danny was the one that got on and talked because she couldn't speak. We heard the 911 check. I didn't play it, they did. Making a false statement, the October 4th was to pay an existing drug debt. We saw the Cash App. They had no evidence to refute that or rebut that. Okay. So could have been an existing drug debt, could have been new drugs. I don't know. But I think there's some reasonable doubt on that one as well. You saw and to be quite frankly, I don't really care about this one, but you saw her say, I only smoke marijuana. I don't care. I just don't care. Okay. Count 8, falsely stating the only controlled substance she had used in the past 24 hours was marijuana. Again, I just don't care. I really don't. And to be honest with you, it's an abduction case and it's a murder case. They don't either. Count 9, the Oragel statement. The Oragel statement's bothersome. But I will ask you this, and it's not to make an excuse, but they're pushing you for an explanation, and you give one. And even if that was the reason why you went and it didn't work out that way, is there really any evidence one way or the other? She says she went to see Misty. Does it matter if her name is Missy, not Misty? Does it matter if she got the Oragel or not? Count 10 is putting Clinton in a dumpster. I believe there's reasonable doubt as to that one. Count 11, making a false statement. Again, this was October 8th. These are repetitive and redundant. This was on October 8th. The prior was, I believe, October 5th. Count 12 is use controlled substances. Again, I'm not really sure how you can admit to using controlled substance. I guess they're saying that you didn't. I don't know. But count 10, count 12 to me, I don't understand it. I don't see how it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask for not guilty on that one as well. Count 13 again is the Orgel story yet again. Count 14 is the dumpster story yet again on a different day. Count 15, Misty again on a different day. So a lot of these are repetitive and redundant. So when you're back there, you have to consider the witnesses, their manner and method of testifying, and what they testified to. Why do I say that? Do you really care if she was sleeping with Craig Weston? Does it really matter? Is it germane to whether or not Quentin Simon was killed intentionally or died as a result of his accident? I present to you no. Some of the evidence they presented too, and again, Officer Zerke, I had no doubt she was emotional about it. But again, the only reason to put her up and have her cry was to have her cry. Did she add anything beyond that? No. It was to play on your emotion. And it doesn't matter how much, how often, how long they played on that emotion. It doesn't change the fact that they haven't produced any evidence. They haven't met their burden. They haven't proved that Miss Simon killed her son. Give me 1 second. I'm going to ask you to go back there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to do the hardest thing you've probably ever done in your life, is to set your emotions aside, to view the evidence, and to return a verdict of not guilty. The state has not proved that Miss Simon killed her child. They have speculated wildly, I might add, but they produced no evidence. And I know that that's a hard thing to ask, but I'm going to ask you to do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Turning to the state, Ms. Parker. And just so the jury knows, Parker is part of the prosecution team, is doing the conclusion of the closing arguments. What I anticipate after that is that we will break. I'll give you an opportunity to go to lunch. I will bring you back and I will charge you at that time with the jury instructions.
Okay. Just 1 moment to get set up. Thank you. On October 5th of 2022, in the dark of the night, while the rest of her family slept, Leilani Simon did something incredibly evil. She murdered her own 1-year-old baby and then put his body in a dumpster, where just a few hours later, his body would be destroyed by heavy machinery. And we have proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. During the course of a murder trial, we spend a lot of time talking about the defendant and what the defendant did, because it is our burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what the defendant did. But because of that, we don't spend a lot of time talking about the victim, Quentin Simon, in this case. One of the elements that we have to prove in murder is that the defendant murdered a human being. And Quentin Simon was a human being. A real live little boy. He liked to play. He was funny. He was affectionate. He was a good eater. He loved cheese. He liked to camp out on the floor at the McCarta's house and watch cartoons. He was a real live boy, a human being, and he shouldn't be thought of as an abstract in this case. He should be thought of as a person. He should be thought of as the little boy who loved Danny. And you heard from Paul and from Toledo and say, Danny, Danny, Danny. He should be thought of as a real live human being, a person. A real live human being, a person whose mother put his body in a dumpster. And we have proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Dean told you that we don't have to prove motive, and we don't. It surprises people sometimes. Motive is not an element of the crime that prosecutors have to prove, but it's just not. But in this case, we know what the motive is, and it's important to understand that motive, to understand why a mother could do something so awful as kill her own child. Because it is. It's something so evil that it's almost unspeakable, incomprehensible that a mother could kill her own 1-year-old baby. So we have to think about the state of mind that this woman was in at that time. She was deeply, deeply unhappy with her life. She had 3 really small children. She had a 3-year-old, a 20-month-old, and an infant. In the best of circumstances, if you had family support, if you had your own place to live, if you had plenty of money, even in great circumstances, having to take care of a 3-year-old, a 20-month-old, and an infant would be so hard and so stressful. But to add on to that stress, she didn't have those other things. Her relationship with her mother was not good. Her mother was gone a lot, so that was not a real support for her. Her relationship with Danny was falling apart. Danny was getting fed up with her. Their relationship was falling apart. They didn't have any money. She was drug addicted. She and Danny were living in her mother's house in one room with these 3 children. And when we talk about her relationship with Craig or the fact that she had 3 children with 3 different fathers, we're not trying to call her a slut. Nobody is trying to slut shame the defendant. We wouldn't do that. This is 2024. That's not what this is about. When we talk about those things, what we're trying to show you is that this woman's self-esteem came from men. And part of why she was so deeply unhappy was because Danny was rejecting her. And it made her feel horrible because that's where her self-esteem came from. And that's why at 22 years old, she already had 3 children with 3 different fathers. Because men were so important to how she saw herself and how she felt about herself. And that's what was part of why she felt so awful that night. You saw the suicide video that she did, where she talked about how unhappy she was. She even said to her children, I can't love you because I can't love myself. It doesn't seem she ever intended to kill herself. It was something she was going to send to Danny probably for attention, for him to feel sorry for her, because she was manipulative of Danny, very manipulative of Danny. And the reason that she started this sexual relationship with Craig was to fill a void there. And this sexual relationship with Craig was a new thing. It's something that had just happened in the weeks before this. So on the night that she killed Quentin, Danny had rejected her. She's using drugs. She's on cocaine, marijuana, Percocet, and maybe alcohol because we saw her go and buy beer at the convenience store. She's under the influence. She said in her own statements that drug use made her angry and impulsive. So she's unhappy. She's mad at Danny. She's under the influence of drugs that make her angry and impulsive. And so she goes to Arkwright looking for Craig because Craig is where she has been getting that need fulfilled for male attention that makes her feel better about herself. And Craig's not there that night. That's why it matters and why we made Craig come in here and testify, because he wasn't there that night. And so she couldn't get that need fulfilled. She couldn't feel better about herself. So instead, she does something so drastic. She killed Quentin. And in the act of killing Quentin, she became a sympathetic person and got Danny's attention back. She became the mother of a missing child. And Danny ran out of work to be by her side. That's what she wanted. That was the manipulation. And it's so hard to believe a mother would do that. But that's why you have to think about her frame of mind and how low and desperate she felt that night, and that she was under the influence of drugs that she admits make her angry and impulsive. That's what happened. You also may wonder, why Quentin? Why that child? And Quentin was her disposable child. She did not like Quentin's father. She loved Zane. Zane was her ride or die. You heard Michelle McCarta talk about how she would say Zane had been through everything with her. He was her ride or die. And Sky, who was her youngest child, the baby infant, was Danny's child. She needed Sky to keep Danny around. Quentin was disposable. She didn't really like Quentin. We heard testimony about how she would call Quentin names. We heard testimony about her hitting him, about her pushing him in the pool. She didn't do this to any of her other children. She would feed Zane before she fed Quentin. She didn't do that to any of her other children. Quentin was disposable. And so she disposed of him in the trash can. But that's why Quentin, and not one of her other children. Her plan did not last. Her story came apart really, really fast because the police, when a child is missing, it is all hands on deck, and they're going to start using every resource they can to find this child and see what's going on in this household. And it was within a very short period of time that they discovered her vehicle on those SWAT cameras leaving home during the night when she said she had been at home. So it was within hours that they knew she was lying. The defense also said that we don't like to talk about Danny, and that's not true. Like, we talked about Danny a lot. There's nothing about Danny that makes us uncomfortable talking about him or why he didn't do this. There's overwhelming evidence that one is the person who killed Quentin Simon and not Danny. The defense also kept talking about Danny being up at 3 o'clock in the morning and seeing Quentin. That did not come into evidence in this trial. Go back and check your notes. That is not something that is in evidence. The only mistake Danny made was in the morning when he left at 5:20 in the morning. He originally said he saw Quentin. And he talked about that. He just assumed it because he woke up in the dark, got ready for work, quietly left the house. He just assumed Quentin was there. And he did not go over to the pack and play and look in and say, hey, Quentin, you there? He didn't do that. And so because he had not seen anything weird when he left home, he just assumed that Quentin was there and it was fine. And when pressed and questioning, he explained that he had not actually gone over to the pack and play and looked and made sure that Quentin was there. That is the only inconsistency in his statement, and it is very understandable. the defense has started trying to suggest that Danny could have done this, but Danny's not the one that was at the dumpster in the middle of the night throwing a bag of trash in. A dumpster that later went to an area of the landfill where Quentin's body was found. It was not Danny's phone that was at the dump. It was not Danny's car driving to the dump. It was her. She drove to the dump, and she admitted that she was there. Mr. Dean spent a lot of time making it clear about where this trash went to the landfill. The landfill is huge. And Quentin's body was found in the specific part of the landfill where the dumpster she was throwing his body into put its trash. Otherwise, he never would have been found, which is what she wanted. She didn't want him to be found because then forevermore she could be the mother of a missing child and sympathetic. I want to talk to you about the burden of proof. Mr. Hilliard said the state hates the burden of proof. We don't. We welcome that burden. It is our burden, and we welcome it with open arms because we want the right person convicted. We should have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the person that committed this crime. And we have, and she is. We don't hate reasonable doubt at all. Mr. Dean talked about reasonable doubt. I'm happy to talk about reasonable doubt and burden of proof. Reasonable doubt does not mean, as the defense suggested, that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every fact that we put up before you. What we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is the elements of the crimes, and we have done that. It means a doubt with a reason, not just any doubt, but a doubt using your common sense. So you go back in that jury room when we're done, and using your common sense, you ask yourselves, did that woman murder Quentin Simon? And the answer to that is absolutely yes, she did. Absolutely. And all of the evidence points to her. All of it. Mr. Hilliard also spent a lot of time talking about emotion in this case. And yes, this is an emotional case. Murder cases, by definition, have emotion in them because a human being has died. And the murder of a really small child, there's no way you can escape emotion. There's going to be emotion. People who testify are going to have emotion. We're going to have emotion when we talk about it. It's unavoidable. But we're not asking you to find her guilty based on emotion. We're asking you to find her guilty based on all of the facts and evidence that we have put before you. The 34 witnesses that have come in and testified and told very specifically how these events happened. All of the statements that you've heard the defendant make, where she changed her story over and over and over and over. That's what we're asking you to make this finding on of her guilt. The actual evidence. And when it comes to her emotion, that's fair game. You absolutely can consider her emotion and her demeanor when you're evaluating this case. And it's important to look at her emotion because while it is absolutely true, people react differently to trauma, none of her reactions were anywhere within what is believable. They just were not. There's some people, when something terrible happens to them, they shut down, they're very quiet, they're stoic, they give one-word answers. That's totally normal. There are other people who become absolutely hysterical, they can't even talk. Absolutely normal. There's a wide range of human emotions. What is not normal is for a mother to wake up and find her child missing and react the way this woman did. She didn't run upstairs to Paul, who was at home, and say, Paul, Quentin's missing. Have you seen Quentin? Is Quentin up here? She didn't do that. She didn't go wake up Paul. Paul had no idea what was going on until the police were there, which was 20, 30 minutes later. She didn't go running out in the yard, in the woods, looking for her child. She didn't do that. She called Danny because that's the whole motive. She wanted Danny's attention. That's why she did this. And so Danny's the first person she called. And she didn't do another thing until Danny got home. Danny got home and found her just standing around outside. She wasn't looking for Quentin. There is no mother who would not look for their child frantically under these circumstances. She had not called the police. She'd not asked Paul for help. She'd not called over to the McCartas and said, hey, Quentin's missing. Do y'all have him? She didn't do any of those things. She waited for Danny to come home because that was the whole point, was to get Danny's attention. And it wasn't until Danny was at home and he had reached out to the McCartas. Michelle suggested they call the police, that things started happening. That is not normal. Her lying through the course of this investigation is not normal. It's not normal because she wasn't a worried mother. She was a murderer trying to hide what she did. We cannot prove to you the way she killed Quentin. We can't, because she made sure that his body was decimated, was ground to nothing but bits of bone. And under the law, defendants are not rewarded for that. The law does not require us to prove how she killed him when she's the one that hid how she killed him. You're not going to hear anything in the judge's charges that say we have to prove how she killed him. The defense can say it all they want, but that is not an element of the crime that we have to prove. And please listen to the law, because you will hear that. We don't have to prove that. It is not the fault of the state that we can't prove that. It is her fault, because she made sure that his body would be in such a state that we couldn't prove it. She wanted his body never to be found. And if it weren't for the work of a whole bunch of people who really cared about getting justice for this child, enough so that they would put all this gear on and dig through stinky trash trying to find him, he never would have been found. That's also part of how we know that this is not an accident. Her behavior and her statements. If something had happened to Quentin and she had found him injured, not responsive in his pack and play or something like that, she would have called for help. She would have woken up Paul. If Danny was still there, she would ask Danny for help. She would have called an ambulance. That would be normal. There is zero evidence in this case that this child had some accidental drug overdose. There's just not. He did not have access to any drugs. Everybody has said he couldn't get out of his pack and play. So once he was in there, he was in there for the night. He wasn't roaming around, climbing on shelves, trying to touch stuff. And they didn't just leave drugs lying around because they were expensive. And pretty much they used them right after they bought them. Also, we tested his brain matter. There was no indication of any drugs in his brain. This is just not an accident. We went above and beyond to rule out every other possibility for this child's death. Medical, accident, SIDS, it's none of those things. It's that his mother murdered him. One other thing I want to say about Danny is Danny leaving. Danny did leave town. He didn't just leave. Like, law enforcement knew he was leaving, and they were still in touch with him. He didn't just run away. Danny had no tie to Savannah except for her. And when this happened, there was tremendous media attention, and Danny wanted to get away. It's totally understandable. Does not suggest any kind of guilt in any way whatsoever. His phone was still tapped at that point. Law enforcement was still in contact with him. There is just nothing to suggest that Danny had anything to do with this. And you saw Danny on the stand. Danny broke down talking about Quentin. And it was very genuine. And you could tell that he had emotion for this child and was sad about what had happened to this child. It was a very realistic, normal emotional response that he had. A child's mother should be the one person in the world that they can count on to keep them safe. Parents have a visceral, emotional need to keep their children safe. It is normal, it is biological, but that is not what Leilani Simon did. She murdered her child. She put his body in a dumpster where he would be taken to a landfill and his little precious body would be ripped to bits by heavy machinery to cover up what she did. Leilani Simon is not a mother. She is a monster. And I do not use that word lightly. But what this woman did in this case is horrific. And she is absolutely a monster. We cannot undo the horror of what she did that night. We can't undo it. It's done. We can't undo it. This child is gone and nothing we do or say can bring him back. We cannot give him back the 80 or so years that he should have had ahead of him, a long life, all the things he should have gotten to experience. We can't give him back to people that care about him. We can't do that. But what we can do for baby Quentin now is give him justice. He deserves justice. You can give him the justice he deserves, and you can give her the justice she deserves.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this point, that will be the last you will hear the attorney speak directly to you. So at this point, before I release you for lunch, I'm going to remind you to follow the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even with each other yet, because the case is not with you yet. Don't allow anyone to ask you any questions about the case. Don't do any research on the case or the folks involved. Avoid all media, including social media. So at this point, I am going to release you. We're going to return in an hour. The time now is 1:07, so I'm going to round it up to 2:15. When you come back, be ready to sit, and I will give you the instructions at that time. I will warn you, it takes at least a good 30, 35, 40 minutes. That is what you're going to hear from me. All right? And so with that, thank you for your attention. You are released for lunch.
Jurors are exiting.
Everyone, please have a seat. Thank you. So anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. From the defense?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
All right, thank you. We're going to break now. We're going to aim to be ready to start at 2:15. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Should we end it here, or what do y'all want to do? Because when they get back, the jury's gonna deliberate. You know what I mean? She's gonna go over all the rules and all the, charges and all that stuff. So, and then they'll leave the courtroom and go deliberate. So, do you want to stay on here, or do y'all want to just come back when they've got a decision, when they say the jury's back? I mean, how you want to do it? I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. We can hang out. I can leave this going, or we can shut it down and then come back later, just when the jury comes in. You just want to come back when the jury gets in? Alrighty then. We will come back when the jury's ready. When they come back with a decision, guilty or not guilty. I will see you guys then. I guess. I know P. Tim was off work. We talked some shit, but what are you thinking, Queen Widow? What you doing? What you thinking?
We can hang out. I don't mind. I ain't got nothing better to do. I'm on bed rest.
Well, I mean, I got some stuff to do, so I'm not going to be up here to chit chat with you. I was just going to leave the screen playing.
Well, let's
I mean,
see.
you can, if you wanted to go to the chat, you can. I can leave it going, and you guys can chat. But yeah, I see you, B Tim. I just won't be able to sit up here and chat the whole time.
B Tim keeps asking you to drop the link.
I did drop the link. I thought it was. Oh, I guess I got that fucking poll up, don't I?
Yeah.
I thought I pinned that at the beginning of the live stream. I guess maybe I didn't.
You did. That's how I was able to come up here with you.
Well, it ain't there. Let me go try this again because it is not there. Nina, stop. There, it's pinned up there now. I'm sorry. I thought it already was pinned. I thought it was already up there. I apologize. What's up, B-Thug? What you doing?
I just want to say my opinion.
I thought it was up there already, but I mean, I just won't be able to sit up here the whole time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to just come back because it's going to be like 45 minutes of a jury charge, and then they're going to be going, and they're probably not going to be a verdict today. I highly doubt they're just going to be like, okay, we're done.
Well, no, she said they're going to come back and what's up, voices? She said they're going to come back and
do a jury charge.
Yeah, they're
going to tell them what they can charge her with.
Know how to do their stuff or whatever, and then the jury's going to leave and go deliberate. So there's not really much we're going to be able to do.
Yeah,
know.
I think she's guilty. I think she's going to be convicted. I think the defense did what they could do, but the fact is, lady confessed. Had 3 different stories or 4 different stories. They have the GPS of her dumping the remains. They have her reaction in the courtroom, which is odd, and you have a very strong closing by the female prosecutor that basically outlined that she didn't do anything. She wanted sympathy, so she went to Danny. Danny was the person she wanted sympathy from. I mean, beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't mean beyond all, everything. You know what I mean? There has to be, you're not gonna. What the defense is asking is literally you need a videotape of the murder, basically. That's what they're asking, and I don't think that's fair because I don't think anyone would be convicted. Anyway, that's my opinion on that.
I'm shocked that her attorney called her a slide under the tree. That was crazy.
Well, her attorney is probably trying his best to just figure it out. But yeah, I don't think so. What should I don't know. I think it's going to be a pretty quick verdict. I don't think it's going to be today, but I'm thinking tomorrow.
Today, but probably tomorrow afternoon. I see this just being a very quick verdict.
If it's longer than 2 days, if it's literally by doesn't finish by Friday, then there's some problems. Then the prosecution's got some problems at that point.
I agree. I think I think we'll get a verdict tomorrow. I really do, because the prosecutor, the closing, the final one. She really brought it home.
Yeah, I think she's
Standing
better,
strong.
way better than the male with the
Yeah.
male prosecutor. Because, what do you think about the Delphi case? I haven't watched it, to be honest with you. I kind of focus on one case at a time. Actually, maybe two with the suitcase lady. I saw her testimony, which was pretty interesting. But yeah, I don't really focus on that until I'm done with a case, because you got to you can't really focus on multiple cases realistically.
Well,
Details.
I mean, you can, but you're not going to be able to give yourself all of yourself to.
Yeah.
You're not going to be. You're doing a disservice to the case. Cappy thinks it's going to come back quick too. Beat him.
Yeah, I think it's going to come back probably tomorrow. I doubt that they're going to get jury charged and then they're literally going to go in the room and be like, "Oh, she's guilty," and walk out, because you got to realize probably 2:00 they'll probably stay there for about 2
Well, from 2, I was
hours.
gonna say if they go back at it'll be 1 here, but so then from 1 to 5 or 6 is usually 1 that they'd probably do like 45 minutes to an hour of their jury stuff or whatever that she's gonna tell them. Then they'll have 2 or 3 hours to sit in there and deliberate. I think they'll be done today.
Yeah, I think though that the defense is probably hoping for a hung jury, like some like one person that's like ridiculous with beyond reasonable doubt type of deal. And if it goes beyond like Friday, like if they're not with a verdict by Friday, there's a possibility that there's a stronger possibility that she's not going to go to jail. Because why would they be arguing? But I think it's going to be quick. I don't see any way that this case that they really didn't prove anything. Like they try to point their finger at Danny Youngkin, but the problem is like it wasn't that effective. It would, I think the real things that took her down was basically interrogations. And I'd like to remind people that the interrogations would have only been possible if the cops didn't arrest Leilani right away and let her stay out and just made her statements. A lot of people kind of have amnesia. They think like, oh my God, they should have arrested her right away. No, that's not what you do right away when you're building a case. You want the person to basically keep on talking. And if you looked at all the YouTubers that stood in front of that house and acted and said, we want her arrested right now. We want her arrested at this moment. Well, then you wouldn't have had 3 or 4 different interrogations where this lady basically changed her stories multiple times. She would have asked for an attorney right away, and you probably would have gotten one statement, and then she would have made a better defense for her case.
They're really lucky that she didn't shut up and ask for an attorney immediately.
Yeah, because if you think about it, what really took her down, what really plunged her down to be guilty was her own statements. Her own statements to these officers.
The one thing that the one thing that does stick out to me the most is, and her own attorney said it, and so did the prosecution. They both said the same thing, and that is, why did she call Danny first and not 911?
Yeah. And I think that sticks out a lot to some people, but I think that of itself wouldn't have been enough, but I think the statements would have been. And another thing that was very interesting, I was kind of shocked about the defense's lack of witnesses to actually combat the deluge of witnesses that from the prosecution. It seemed like they kind of just they're just hoping that you don't dig too deep. I think they're afraid of getting witnesses up there because they're afraid that, if they start focusing with the witnesses, people will be like, well, your story doesn't make sense about Danny. So they're hoping that it's just like that slight bit of doubt about Danny is enough and to just not a guilty. And that's why I think they probably didn't go too deep into like a defense with witnesses and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you start asking questions and you realize, well, the only person who could have dumped the remains was Leilani Simon. If the child died accidentally, she could have called the ambulance. Also, that wasn't her defense.
Dude, the one thing that I do know is that this case has totally convinced me I need to go back to a damn landline, because they've used a lot of they have used a lot of data from.
Well, they did that. They did that with Camry. They did that with
I
the
know.
Koberger case.
I know.
Look at the Boone case. She recorded her own murder. Like, people don't realize you kind of like these cell phones. You know, I'm not. You know, they use these cell phones and they get the data and then they do the Celebrite data and they track down your GPS location and you're pretty much walking around with a tracker, pretty much with a cell phone with the cops. You know. But the good news is that it's actually being used, you know, for good. You know. Love the body cam footage in my case. Oh, okay. Let me see. We still don't know what the 204 testimony was, though. Well, he probably would have talked about his sexual relations with her and the drugs that he would sell and stuff like that.
Actually, they did say it. The defense attorney did speak on what was spoke on yesterday, and that was he admitted that she wasn't with him.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we missed testimony?
Yeah, because it was unaired.
It was unaired. He did not want it. He did not want it broadcasted, and you know, me, Queen Bee, and a few of the chatters all agreed that, you know, a minor, her testimony was put on air for everybody. Why was it this minor? She had her testimony was put on air, but here it is. This dealer couldn't be, you know, televised. That wasn't fair because, you know,
Almost
at the end of the
makes
day,
you wonder
he was
if
just.
he's not state's witness now.
Well, it makes you wonder more than just that, though.
Yeah, my guess is that, you know, I think that's a possibility, but also I think they probably were having a hard time getting this guy to testify. And they probably
issue a material witness statement or warrant.
Yeah.
No army vet wifey. She did not testify at all. She refused.
Yeah, she didn't testify. She basically jumped on they did it a weird way where they literally said, "Oh, you agree that you don't want to testify," which was kind of weird. I've not seen that, but maybe in other cases in the states they do it. So they just wanted to create a record that she's agreed for basically appeal reasons, like you can't appeal because you didn't testify or something like that.
I think it's a Georgia law.
Yeah. But I would have to say, like, the trial was quicker than I thought, to be honest with you. I thought this would be 2 weeks, to be honest with you.
I thought they'd have more witnesses than just 34 of them.
Yeah, all of them were prosecution witnesses.
Yeah. You know, the sad thing is, poor Leilani, even though she did what she did and everything, the one part that stuck out to me was not one person came to testify on her behalf. Not one. She had 0 witnesses on her behalf.
Well, I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles. This is a woman who, in my opinion, and this is going to be a little rough, I feel like she was very selfish throughout her life in a lot of ways. And unfortunately, selfish people don't have a lot of people coming to court, you know, and what she put her family through and what she put her friends through. You know, I mean, no one wants to be around that. I mean, what she put her family through was terrible. What she put her friends through was bad. And what she did to her kid was unforgivable. And, you know, who's going to be there, you know?
Yeah.
Can you blame anyone?
No.
I mean, it shows. I mean, my opinion is I think she does the emotional manipulation to a lot of people to get what she wanted. And it worked for a long time until it didn't work anymore. I don't know what set up.
Remember, the one thing we did learn was that she was in the middle of addiction.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until after she come out of that treatment facility that then she realized, oh, life is different. You don't know what you don't know. She's probably been using and not sober for more than a few hours at a time.
Yeah.
At a time, and that what you're saying goes hand in hand with addiction.
Yeah.
Also.
Well, addiction's often like it's like you're kind of self-medicating for something. A lot of times, I don't know what started off with it. I don't know that stuff. But the only thing I could say is like, it's a pity that she didn't get clean beforehand. I'm sure her mom and other people tried to get her clean beforehand, and she decided not to. And unfortunately, her rock bottom is the death of her child. So that's, unfortunately, she's going to have to go to jail for probably the rest of her life, to be honest with you. And it's a very, very sad situation that a mother, in my opinion, I think she murdered her kid and now her life is over. And, she does have kids and they're going to find out about this situation when they grow up. And that's going to be a sad situation too. Let me see. I missed the parts.
No, BJ did not testify. She did not do.
No, she did not
come
testify.
to court at all.
I mean, well, she wasn't home at the time, so there would be no evidentiary value to it. So it's prison, not jail. All right, prison. Sorry about that. I know I kind of interchange those words sometimes, which I shouldn't, but you get my point.
Jail
So
is where she's currently at, B-Tim.
Yes.
After jail, she'll go to prison.
Yes,
if
I know
she
that.
is found guilty.
Yes, I know that. I just said it accidentally, jail accidentally, because
She'll get some Crocs in prison.
she's not getting Crocs. Leilani, many trials I was talking about. Let me see. Whatever happened to the 5 officers that killed the young guy? I don't know. I'm trying to remember what case you're talking about. Oh yeah, that case is not coming up yet. Yeah, I remember that case. Yeah, the officers in the body cam. Yeah, I haven't seen that case come up yet. They'll probably cases take a while, especially when you're talking about those types of cases. Probably takes a very long time, 2 years. Jury won't want to go back to normal tomorrow, so they will have the verdict in the morning and be dismissed and start normal on Monday. Yeah, I think there's going to be a strong case for a conviction on tomorrow. I can't see them. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. We watched this case from the beginning, for all the ups and downs. And the other thing I learned from it is that did the YouTubers do anything for this case?
No.
No. They actually could have hurt the case. They would have hurt the case if they would have done what the YouTubers wanted.
The thing I find funny, B-Tim, is the whole time they're outside that house, the whole time they're out there raising, noise for nothing. The cops were doing their job the whole time. It may not have been the way they wanted it to be done, but they were in the back, in the dark, doing their job. And,
So
now
if you
got
think,
these same YouTubers online talking about, see what we did? We did this. We got them to do it. They're doing everything we said they would do.
If you think about the Burger case now, knowing what we've learned about what law enforcement has done with the Celebrate data, also the Karen Reed case with the Celebrate data, all of that, don't you think that maybe they have the right person in Kohberger also?
Yeah, I think he probably has, you know what I mean? There's probably a lot more stuff we don't know about that Kohberger case that they don't release to the general public. That's probably a guarantee situation. And we'll see. And you'll never, but the sad thing, even with that case was there's a lot of whack jobs on YouTube that are trying to interfere with that case or trying to get YouTube clout for that case. And it's kind of sad because in the Kohberger case, there's 4 young adults who were brutally murdered. And almost all the time in these cases, a lot of these people, the victims are always forgotten in those types of cases because they're all focused on Kohberger and the conspiracies and stuff like that. But unfortunately,
I thought it was an interesting pivot because, exactly what Queen Widow said, where look at how all those, they were out there screaming, yelling, having their parties, all of that. And the whole time they knew, they knew for quite a long time.
Well, if they, I mean, I remember Betty would stand out there and she would scream, "Hey, she should be in jail!" And it's like, if they listened to these idiots, that woman would have lawyered up immediately, and you would not have gotten all this. And look how crucial the interviews were in this case. They were crucial. I think this case would be a lot tougher without those interviews to connect the dots, because she could have easily changed her story up and made like a more convincing story to sell to the jury. You know what I mean? Look how they harassed. Like a lot of us, including myself, had a different opinion about Danny, and there, you know what I mean? And that could have affected that too. And it's like, it shows that a lot of these cases, you got to be when you go into in front of people's houses in the middle of an open investigation and you do all this stuff, you can very well destroy a case, and you can very well destroy justice for an actual victim.
I agree. That's one thing that, I'm starting to see these people that go out there thinking they're getting justice.
Yeah.
Actually, they're not doing anything, because you got these YouTubers that are going there trying to raise all this hell for nothing. And what you don't know, because, look at this Quentin Simon case. The
Yeah.
whole time that she was leaving, it wasn't to go do anything fun. She was being taken to the police station to be
Yeah.
questioned for hours.
Her
But
mom
of
could
course,
have. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were done.
oh, go ahead.
I'm just reading a comment. Her mom could have been a character with witness, but that wouldn't have gone over so good.
No, no. Her mom had stated to the media that she did not believe her, that there was a lot of things that her mom said in regards to her daughter. And as a mother myself with kids about her age, some older than her, there's a couple of my kids that I have a disdain for, because I don't like their choices. And they know this. I've told them that, and they understand that. And they know that if they ever get in trouble with the law, do not call me.
Well, sometimes people need to learn their own lessons. I read your comment. Leilani Simon, I think, was in a high priority case, and it had like 6 titles, and it was in the news for 6 months straight, and they advertised his boss like a superhero, but a man died. Yeah. I you know what I mean? Like, the situation with this case is like, if you think about it, and I wish a lot of people who actually watch Dolly or BHB or all these people would actually look at this case, look at this trial, and think to themselves, like, what has been the positive that these people have done? And the fact is, there's none. There's zero. There was zero positive. Actually, they hurt the case, and they actually acted complete foolish. And at the end of the day, there was nothing they did. And it's the same thing with every other case. Beaton, look at within hours, they had her tag reading, splitting her on the road at 1 a.m. from the jump. Yeah, spotting her. Yeah. And people need to realize that, now that you have this idea of this case, you got to look at all these other cases where you see these circus acts show up in person to an actual open investigation and say to yourself, are you guys hurting this case? I mean, I'm sure there was a situation in the Summer Wells case. They probably hurt because of their circus acts. They hurt this case a little bit, I think. Even though they're sitting there and there's some people doing these laps, oh my God, we were right that she was guilty. Yeah, everyone pretty much knew that she had a good thought that she was guilty. The fact is that we disagreed with the fact that you are going at someone who is innocent until proven guilty, and the fact that your tactics could have affected an actual criminal investigation.
And like we keep saying all the time, law enforcement doesn't need to tell any YouTuber what they're doing. It's not your information. They don't need to tell you anything. They're investigating it, and that's all you need to know. They should have went home.
Well, Chief Hadley said it best.
He did.
It was a money-making circus out there for no reason.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a complete. Was a complete because in the end of the day, what they did was only self-serving. It was only so that they can get money. I mean, the understanding is like these people tap into a frustration that some people have, or some sort of morbid entertainment,
Curiosity,
entertainment, and it doesn't help the case. But they let themselves lie to themselves that, oh my God, these YouTubers are going to help solve this case or help spread awareness when they go to this location of this crime. And it's like, no, what they did was they just basically made a situation tougher to figure out. And and you think about it also, look at the whole Sebastian case as well. I mean, let's just talk about the people that showed up in person to harass these people. What if what you did actually affected that case when all those people did that? Like everyone who thinks Katie's guilty or stuff like that. Like you don't think that your actions clammed her up? Maybe she was willing to talk a bunch of times and you clammed her up because you all went after her. Did you ever think of that? Nope, you didn't think of that because you thought only because it felt good and you wanted that entertainment. So even if you thought that was the case and you thought she was guilty of something, you clammed her up and no one's not talking. Just a thought.
Good point.
At the time she went to the 204. Yeah, get drugs. But Chief Hadley allowed it. They even watched it on camera and they put the telephone pole. Chief Hadley allowed it and they even watched it on camera.
Okay, no, I don't believe Hadley allowed it. They did what they could do because people still have rights. Just because it's your right doesn't mean that you should do it. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Where's the thought of protecting somebody else's peace and privacy also?
Yeah. Let me see. Travel says you know who's going to take credit for this, right? I told you so. See, I was right from the beginning. Dumb. She proved Annie and Paul were dumb. Well, the problem is like everyone thought that. It wasn't a very hard case, a complicated case where people were like, once more and more facts came out, people were like, yeah, she probably. I remember when the brother was up here on the panel. I'm like, didn't I see like 70 or 80% sure she did it or something like that? I said a high percentage to him. I think a lot of people had a inkling that she was guilty. The fact is they didn't agree with the stupidity of what they were doing. Betty only went down there to get super chats and to get views. If she cared about justice, her ass would not be anywhere near that case. She would not be in person.
She's real lucky. In my opinion, she's real damn lucky that she didn't end up with with what she's got in Tennessee ongoing currently, with this happening in Savannah. She's very, very lucky, in my opinion.
She is. Yeah, and the problem is that she doesn't know when to stop, by the way. I mean, that lady is. I think she's going to get a rude awakening on the 20th, but we'll see. I don't know. I've been wrong in the past with that one. I don't know if she's made a deal with the devil or something, because sometimes she gets away with things. I'm just like, interesting. Maybe she made a deal with the devil in a pale moonlight. Who knows?
Oh, you mean that Balthazar guy that looks like a praying mantis?
I don't know. Whoever it is.
You were the one telling me from Salem's Lot or the Stephen King.
The Stephen King? You mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got you.
What was your story? I just remembered it.
You're talking about Barlow or something like
Barlow,
that.
there we go.
That's not the devil. That's a vampire. That's the vampire.
Well, you're lucky I didn't say Gargamel. So anyway.
Close enough. She kind of looks like Gargamel, but with hair. Blonde hair. Is it true she went to Hadley, sent Hadley a cease and desist? I don't know that I've never heard that. Or I might have forgot. I know they were making up rumors that he was having some sort of affair with like Billy Joe or something. And Chief Hadley was this corrupt person. I've even seen like she was doing thumbnails showing Chief Hadley in the landfill with Quentin Simon in the landfill with like words written, Chief Hadley, why don't you help me, or something with Quentin's hands outstretched or something. She had that as a thumbnail, Betty. She really just went at their Hadley for no reason while the guy was doing his job. All because he was like, no, I don't like you doing the circus. That camera showed the drug and alcohol use while they were doing what they were doing. Chief Hadley told them not to make any arrests. I was told that by the police. Wow, I didn't know that. Chief Hadley told them not to make any arrests, and I was told that by the police. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I think they should have came down there and arrested a bunch of them, to be honest with you, because it was stepping way beyond that. Everyone is corrupt according to her. Well, everyone is corrupt who disagrees with her. Everyone that disagrees with her is corrupt. That's according to her. You disagree with her, you're corrupt. Clearly as that. The Betster. If I say a few, because probably didn't. Hi, Casey. But yeah, it's a good lesson to a lot of people that watch this. Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know, Travel Girl. We'll see. I don't know. You never know with the cases like that with the Betster. Who knows? You might come in there and they might say, well, we're not putting you in jail and we're going to fine you. Here's $1,000 fine or something like that. I don't know. You never know with that one. I think she should go to jail, but you never know. If I had a crystal ball, if I had a crystal ball, I would look up the lottery numbers, not Betty if she's going to jail.
Oh, you mean I've been using my crystal ball all wrong? I should have been looking up lottery numbers.
Yeah, I'd be looking up lottery numbers. If I had one,
sure that my instructions that came with mine said you're not allowed to do that.
I would look them up instead of whether Betty's going to jail. We'll find out on the 20th.
Well, listen, do any looking of, go look at the law, go look at the last, you can get in on the, like, if you dig and you know how to dig, you can find this judge's rulings for past things, past issues, things like that. Tennessee is pretty clear in its laws, and they rule pretty right up along the line with the laws. So I wish her the best of luck, and that she has the day that she deserves that day. Really, really, really.
Yeah, Brianna says people aren't human to Betty. She is the ultimate example of what happens to people who allow their otherings or tendencies to rule. When people become things or animals, they aren't human anymore. Yeah, I mean, if you aren't helping her, she considers you like an enemy or an obstacle that she needs to go after. And I think, like, what's sad is she doesn't learn her lesson. I mean, like, you would think that a person, I almost dropped, hopefully you don't drop your groceries again. You would think after watching this case that she would realize, wow, I really fucked up. Like, I really screwed up. I messed up really badly. And I could have let this woman who killed her child off because of my stupidity. And also, I tortured all these neighbors for no reason. These people that did nothing wrong. I've tortured them, and I caused a ruckus for no reason. And everything I did was just this actually was a negative. Nope, she doesn't learn. She's like, look, I was right. She was guilty. Well, what would you do if she would have been able to walk out of the courtroom because of your stupidity? How would you feel? Probably would make an excuse, the Webster. She'd probably say, oh my God, they're corrupt. It's the corruption. It's not me. It's the corruption of Georgia.
Well, it wouldn't be my fault that they didn't do their job the right way. I gave them all the details to do their job the right way. If they would have just listened to me, she'd never be able to walk out of the courtroom free.
Yeah.
Something like that was what
She
I
would say that. She would absolutely say that, unfortunately. Personally, though, I think they should have shut that whole thing down a lot earlier, to be honest with you. It seemed like an eternity, but it looked up like 3 weeks, I think, right? They were doing that. Then it'll take 3 weeks to find their names, but they were down there for quite a while. Just crazy. And then you have people like Dolly and saying justice for quitting. And I was like, sir, you didn't help out. You literally accused Chief Hadley of various crimes because you were mad that you got arrested. You messed up. And I think he did. I actually state that he messed up by going down there. And I hope he learns his lesson. Well, actually, he did learn his lesson because he did it again during the Sebastian Rogers case. So, no, he didn't learn his lesson.
Hey, what lesson was that he was supposed to learn?
He didn't learn his lesson. He just did it again. He was sad that he got arrested. That was the real reason.
That's all his lesson was, is that he just knew he went too far across the line. You're not sad. He just sad he got caught.
Well,
he went back and did it again. So really?
Yeah. What's your thoughts of like the strongest elements of this case? Voices are, I don't know.
For me, if I were a juror listening to this, for me it would be like the cell phone data. The fact that Danny's cell phone never goes to 304. They talk about the relationship, how Leilani would always take his phone. We saw how we heard how Leilani treated him. We heard how she would be out, not parenting. That lined up with what the babysitter said. I mean, you're only supposed to take them at face value, right? For what they say. It doesn't matter what the questions are that the attorneys ask. It's the information that the witness gives or the person on the stand gives for the testimony. So
yeah, I think that was damning evidence. And I think it could have even been explained away if she did give the statement about the pasta.
But they don't know about that.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they
no,
don't
if she
know
would
about
have,
that.
That's like how important those interviews are, because if she didn't change her story about the pasta, you know what I mean? She could have, tailored her story a little bit better. You know what I mean?
Well, but something like that, unfortunately, because she received a financial compensation, that would have all had to have been disclosed. And so you notice that was completely left out, right?
What was left out? I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The story change about the pasta.
Mm-hmm.
That was all left out of this court testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. She got compensated from somebody on YouTube.
Oh, I'm talking about the smelly pasta tossed in the dumpster.
I'm sorry. I was still back on the babysitter with the.
Oh well, the babysitter's testimony was actually it was second biggest letdown actually. I thought she didn't do too well actually. She basically was claiming all this abuse and all this stuff, but meanwhile, she never bothers like the child's being not fed or anything like that. And she's like, well, I didn't bother calling the police about it. I just let the child continue to be abused in my eyes.
That just showed me that she was a babysitter waiting for still, that was still willing to get her paycheck. That's all that showed me.
Yeah, it's like, and then when the opportunity struck for her to make more money, she jumped at it. She wasn't a good witness. And unfortunately, her daughter wasn't that great of a witness because a lot of her stuff was kind of like, oh, my mother told me. It's like, okay, that's hearsay. And we don't know, we can't differentiate between the two. And the psychic one was like terrible. The psychic lady was quite an interest. That was the worst witness, actually. The psychic lady with the Bible.
Come on, I thought that was the best witness out there.
I couldn't believe the prosecution brought that as a witness. I sat there, I was like, really? Really?
Yes.
Couldn't have thought of a better witness, huh? And Paul.
No, not one better. Nope. That was the top. That was the cream de crop.
You know what? Her
Good for
payment
them.
wasn't evidence. You know what the problem is that it could be something that, can change like her testimony based upon compensation. So,
Mhm.
like if I come up to you and I give you $500 for a story and then you don't mention it to the district attorney and then you go on the stand, that could be a problem.
Yes, sir, it could.
The cell phone data and the videos of her travel and going to the trash. Yeah, that is probably, honestly, that's why finding the remains were so important for this case. And that's why there was another reason why she wasn't arrested right away, was because you cannot, if they didn't have the remains, then she could have just, how would they disprove that she just threw out pasta? It's weird, sure. But, she is, on substances. So it's not the weird. Yeah. When they found the remains, that's what that got her. And it was a little boring to listen to like 3 or 4 experts on garbage disposal methods, but gave you an idea that they basically knew the exact location based upon, I guess.
Okay, so I didn't think it was boring. I thought it was informative because, like, you got Kelsey Schelling, who's a missing person, and they have tried and convicted Dante of her disappearance and death. And she's another one that they thought was in a landfill. And they spent hours in Colorado searching searching a landfill. Just horrendous. Look at like Patrick Frazee and how he disposed of Kelsey Barrett. So it made me just think of several other cases where a landfill has been involved.
Well, I'm sorry you're going through this, Nana's Love. I'm really sorry that you're going through this.
I understand, Nana's Love. I cannot even imagine what today has to be like for you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's tough to go through this. They didn't ask Paul or Danny if there were shrimp pasta in the house. That's a good point. I never heard them ask that. That would have been an interesting question.
One of them was asked. Danny was asked.
Danny was asked. What did he say about the shrimp pasta?
He said, well, yeah, it's something we ate, but he didn't know if it had been in the house or, but I mean, I'm going to go back to addiction is a bitch. And you lose track of days, weeks, months. I mean, depending on how far down the addiction rabbit hole you are, there can be a whole long periods of time you don't that you lose. So,
what about the rice cereal? I'm a little iffy on that subject. What was the importance of the rice cereal?
Well, they said that she maybe spread it in the back end of the car to help detour the dogs or help to be like an odor absorber.
Oh, like the cadaver dogs or something like that.
Yeah.
Would that even work?
I don't believe so. Specific. They're generally scent specific, or they're decomp trained to look for that. That wouldn't even.
Yeah. I mean, why would she even like this woman? Would she even think of that? Like.
Again, I don't pretend to try to get into the inside of her mind. But yeah, that's
Yeah, I don't even think that she would be thinking of that. I think that's a little bit of a stretch by the prosecution, probably.
Well, they said that the rice cereal was outside one day and then not the next.
That could have been various reasons.
I don't know.
I think the doll is kind of important. That was a crucial detail because that doll was in the bed. Also, a crucial detail is that Quentin couldn't get out of the bed, out of his
pack and play, yeah.
Pack and play. So it couldn't be like by accident, some sort of substance he ingested and then panic, But yeah.
Well, even so, why wouldn't you have just called 911?
If you could make a defense for that, I mean, you could probably you could probably make a defense for that. That would be a little bit. But but that wasn't her defense. She didn't say, "Yeah, I disposed of Quentin's remains because I was worried that he ingested drugs." Also, they tested the brain matter, and he didn't. Did she say that they didn't have any drugs in the brain matter?
Correct.
So, no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she got angry and did something, and the child, you know, died from it, or we just don't know. And unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever know. I think that's going to be a secret that Leilani's going to take to the grave. You know, simple as
I
that.
feel for her entire family because the choices that she made have now impacted the lives of everyone. It's that ripple effect.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, I think once this court's over, I think people can start moving on and see what they can actually start reconstructing what that's left. You know, remember there's other kids, you know, and that symbols that. But they did not prove Leilani took him out. Dee could have done it while she was out, knowing she wouldn't check, then took him when he left for work and placed him. That is always a possibility. And
problem is the cell phone data. You got to go back to the cell phone data. We know what time she went there.
Yeah, but that's why I think like the defense wasn't really focusing too much on witnesses, because they didn't want you to think too much, if you catch my drift. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe she doesn't have a solid friend group, Tim.
Well, I'm talking about like experts or something like that, someone that actually help her explain the possibility of why the prosecution's wrong in their assessment. You know what I mean? Didn't Danny take a lie test? Hence the reason they believed him. I don't know. I don't remember that lie detector test. And usually those are not admissible in court, so it doesn't really matter. Well, I think basically they kind of like figured out it was her after the multiple lies. I think they interviewed her first, and then they started seeing her story didn't make sense, and they started focusing on her. And I'm sure they looked at everyone as a suspect, but she was the one that was too glaring not to look at. It also bothers me that Danny said originally to the police he got up at 3 with Sky and Quentin was fine. That is something I was like sitting there. I was like,
well,
what'd you think of that?
So I can answer that. When I was growing up, my siblings are 10, 12, and 14 years younger than I am. So in the middle of the night, if I would hear one of them, I would get up and go make a bottle. Whoever heard the baby, and generally, I mean, my mom did it a lot of times, but if I would hear one of them, because at one point in time, there were 3 under 3 in diapers, and a bottle in the middle of the night, and legit, like no lights were turned on. Like you open the refrigerator door, you poured the milk by the, and this is when they're definitely older than what Sky was, but I just don't see him turning all the lights on. I see him making the baby a bottle and baby drinking the bottle and going right back to sleep.
Yeah,
in my
but
opinion,
the problem with that is this is the problem I had with him, is like he says he makes a testimony that, I saw, not original, like the statement, not the testimony, that he saw, like he thinks, he saw him before he was leaving,
he
twice.
saw some blankets in the crib, in the pack and play, they didn't get specific on what he meant by saw him. Did you physically see him in there, or did you see the pack and play with some stuff in it? Easily explained on that if they, but they obviously didn't need to go back and explain it.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's what probably I would focus on. And I think they went like way too soft. The defense went way too soft on Danny. I think that it was essential that they went really hard at Danny to the point where they make him slip up. But they were a little bit too, they weren't too hard on him, actually. I also think maybe postpartum played a role. We just don't know. I mean, it could have been that she was frustrated being rejected. It could have been depression. It could have been drug use. Either way, I don't think we're ever going to get the answer to that. I just don't. I mean, all we know is, it was alive and eventually was deceased and disposed of in a dumpster. That's pretty much it. Don't know the reason. It probably was something that just happened there. That's why I don't think they're going to prove malice murder, to be honest with you. Because I just feel like, they try to stretch it out with the witnesses, like the babysitter and that psychic lady and, those people that try to prove like a malice murder. I just think it's just a murder. I think like disposal of the remains and lying. I don't think it's enough for malice murder, to be honest with you. Am I wrong, or what are your thoughts?
Well, he said that. I mean, listen, I was just going off of what the prosecutor, the state guy, said, Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean?
Mr. Dean, sorry.
Mr. Bean doesn't talk, don't you know?
He said that they don't have to prove how it happened to prove malice murder.
I don't know. Let me look up malice murder.
It's the state of Georgia. It's a law in the state of Georgia. Didn't you hear it on there? He explained it all out.
Yeah, let me Georgia.
I was kind of blown away that they don't have to state how it happened.
A malicious state of mind.
Right.
Yeah, but it also says length of time required to show premeditation or a plan to kill.
Say you and I are yep. So say you and I are driving down the road, and all of a sudden you say something to me, and it pisses me off so bad. I grab the wheel and I jerk it at 90 degrees, and I send us across the road. You die, I live. I could be charged with malice murder because all it takes is in that frame of mind. Because I was angry at what you said, I threw us into a car accident. Yep. Malice murder.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's the law. I just don't know. That's interesting. According to, I'm not a lawyer, so I guess that's the law. So I'm just interesting. According to Georgia law,
in Georgia where they have malice murder.
Yeah, because I'm reading like Wikipedia. I'm reading and it says, according to Georgia law, express malice is that deliberate intention unlawfully to take life of another human being. I don't know. Like, it's a little weird reading it. Malice murder charges in Georgia involves allegations that a person planned to intentionally kill another human being with malicious state of mind. The length of time required to show premeditation or plan to kill can be extremely short, including seconds before the killing occurs.
Yes.
Malice is an unlawful, deliberate intention. So that kind of is a weird scenario.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that is weird.
Find out how many states have that. Can you find out how many states have that? Can you find out how many states have that law? Google.
Malicious murder? Okay.
Yeah. How many states have malicious murder on their books? Those are the states I don't want to live in.
18. Let me see. Wait, I thought it was, let me see. 18? Oh, no, wait, I got that wrong. I'm trying to look for how many. How many states have malicious murder?
Malice murder.
Malice murder.
Not yet. Not back yet.
I don't know if there's other states, to be honest with you. I'm trying to see.
So maybe it's only Georgia.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of Georgia. I'm trying to see if there's other states.
It's probably a Bible Belt rule or law.
I kind of doesn't make quite sense to me, but, because that seems like, you could literally charge anyone with malice murder. Like, I could literally punch you. Let's say I got into a fight with you and I punched you. I got really mad at what you said and I punched you and I knocked you out and you died.
Yeah. Yep. It says every state has that.
Yeah. That's not every state, but I just seen Georgia, so I gotta look more. What sticks with me is why did Danny tell the babysitter she wouldn't be babysitting when Leilani was asleep and never told him that? I thought he would take them over every morning.
That's pretty simple. It was explained by it per the trial. It was explained by he wasn't going to pay for a babysitter if Leilani was going to stay home.
Yeah, but still, I guess he said, "Hey, are you gonna watch the kid? Are you going to work?" She says, "Nope, I'm sleeping." And he just calls up and says, "Oh, it's canceled. She's gonna watch the kids." And he's probably fed up with her. He probably was drinking a bunch of beers. He knows his relationship is running to its end, and he's just fed up with her. And he just calls up, rushes out of the house, doesn't really pay attention. He's already waking up 3 a.m. and doing that, so he's probably dead ass tired, and he's totally fed up with her. And he calls up. It's not as weird as you think, but it could bring what?
It was after 1 when they went to sleep.
Yeah, then and he gets up a couple hours later, like 2 hours later. So, how did defense closing do? Basically, I'll sum it up. You can't 100% say my client did it, so you should acquit her. Did I sum that up correctly, or did I get something wrong?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
That was pretty much it. That was pretty much my feelings from it, which is unfortunate because I think that would probably be not the best defense. Can you give me a quick summary of the defense closing? I missed it. I just did. The defense's closing.
It. You may want to go rewind and watch it. Still got 10 minutes. You can watch it on 2 times speed in 10 minutes.
Danny's inconsistencies bother me. I think the problem with Danny, and I think, this is to be like, I get his inconsistencies, but you have to realize Danny's on drugs. He's in a very chaotic situation. There's going to be inconsistencies. There's going to be inconsistencies with his statement and stuff like that. Minor inconsistencies.
Now seems to be, he was. Now it seems to be that he's sober.
Yeah, and that's just my thoughts on that. I think, honestly, I think Danny was on drugs. Do I think Danny could have? There's a possibility that he could have. The problem is with that thought process is that you would have to show a GPS location of him dumping the remains in a dumpster that goes to the precise location where they had like a sanitation expert come in and explain that. I think thanks for whoever sends the free memberships. Pooh Bear. Oh, I think they got your thanks. Then you have to excuse hers if that's the case. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you never know. But if I say this, if they don't convict her by Friday, then you know that either they're basically going to say no to the malice murder charge or some other charges, or you're going to see like a possibility of like a hung jury. I think the best the defense has is a hung jury, to be honest with you. Like hoping for one person on the jury that's like really buys it. But the problem is, that's just my opinion. Oh, okay, no problem. I'm still in the replay, but it is a shame. I mean, unfortunately, it's a couple of years from now. It would have been, and honestly, she's going through enough, Billy Joe. So, unfortunately, you don't want to go through this bullshit with them more. Look at how the Bepster's acting towards Chris and Katie. They went to court with the person. She's still harassing them, even when she's possibly facing jail time. Who wants to deal with that craziness on a daily basis? Girl next door. Well, that's what they're hoping, the defense. They're hoping that one juror thinks like that. That's, I think, is the hope. I think they're hoping for a hung jury, to be honest with you. I don't think they think they're going to get like a not guilty verdict. they're hoping that either they don't agree to the Malice murder or they get like a hung jury. Either or. But yeah, could be interesting. Judges' jury charges are usually very interesting. Not that interesting though. Mostly it's just 45 minutes of things that probably the jury's going to immediately forget upon entering into the jury room. It's so much. It's like
right.
they
It's still procedural. They still have
Yeah,
to,
I
They
know.
still have to do it because that otherwise that could result in.
Yeah, I know. I just find it funny. It's like you read like who is going to actually remember a 45-minute speech when they're going into the that case. You know what I mean? The jury room. I don't know. Also, the two oldest shouldn't have been left alone with her because they were already taken away from her. Yeah.
And I agree with that. And that's why BJ had a babysitter.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I partially still feel like Diana should have some sort of consequences, but that's me.
Yeah, well, she's trying to do the cooking channel.
Yeah, well, that's not a big enough consequence, in my opinion.
You know, and you know what I mean. And that babysitter, oh my god, that woman. She was doing these interviews. She was talking about, crazy.
She was doing the most.
Yeah,
dude. Did you hear about that McDonald's listeria outbreak?
Yeah, you got lucky.
Oh man,
got
I
lucky.
totally got lucky, dude. Totally got lucky. Because
that
was
chicken. Maybe that's your reason to get back in the McDonald's. He said, "Listen, I thought these chicken nuggets didn't smell right, and I threw them back at you, and you didn't accept them. This is what happens."
Yeah, no,
Trying to get you back into the McDonald's.
No, here's the worst part. They've linked this E. coli back to onions because there's a specific type of slivered onions that they put on there. Makes me
Do
wonder.
you like onions?
Onions? No.
Okay,
Nope.
then you're safe. First degree manslaughter could be charged instead of malice murder. Honestly, the problem is she never really defended her. That wasn't her defense. Her defense is basically, I didn't do it. I don't know who did it. Maybe Danny did it.
Yeah, right. I didn't do it. However, I'm seen at the dumpster where the trash eventually led to an area in a landfill that specific dumpster is dumped at. But I don't know who did it. I didn't do it. Maybe Danny did.
Maybe Danny did. It's only for the quarter pounder. Do you like the quarter pounder? Did you like it when you went to McDonald's?
No, I always got a McDouble, but I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if they have onions. The onions go on whatever they want to put it on. Even if you order no onions, you still get onions. It sucks.
So Eric Jasper says, "Speak to him. I know two people that served 12 years for doing exactly that. They swung back after being assaulted, and both instances, the other person hit the pavement, died from brain injuries, one hit." Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me. Like doing 12 years of that would be quite. I feel like that's kind of an injustice, to be honest with you, because that was not an intentional. Like that's an accident. If that person, got a glass chin, you can't predict that. But that's just my opinion. But that's the law.
Why you keep your damn hands to yourself and you don't hit people.
Well, you could probably make an argument for self-defense in that case, because it's like, did that person like punch first, or did the other person punch back? Like he was like kind of punching back at them. Eric was like he was the initial person that punched, or was he being punched at and then he returned a punch?
Yeah, I guess that's going to come into play on there, huh?
Yeah, because if you're the initial aggressor, I could see some kind of argument for that. But again, what other dumpsters were dumped with the same route? What dumpsters were dumped besides the same route as the landfill? The Walmart, School One is chicken. School One is chicken.
Where else was she seen at a dumpster?
Yeah.
For cell phone data.
Yeah, I mean, like normally, that's the problem with the defense. They didn't really outline the possibility of Danny's route being near the dumpster, which I thought they were going to do, to be honest with you. With
Danny's
the
route
customer.
wasn't anywhere near the dumpster.
Yeah, or any, like, I would have probably tried to get like any dumpster to see if he was close to any dumpster that would have went to that location. You know what I mean? Oh, this dumpster is also, you know what I mean?
I do, but they didn't because he didn't. It didn't line up.
Yeah, that's the problem. I keep telling you the grandmother is in the chat and the others need to be respectful. Yeah, please be respectful to, to Billy Joe and to family. Just because Leilani is the one that, is at trial, just be a little bit, it's a hard thing to go through. Yeah, it's a little hard.
Daughter and grandson we're talking about.
Yeah. And it's a pretty tough situation to go through for anyone. So, please be a little bit sensitive to that.
I know I'm an awful chicken nugget thrower. What can I say?
That's going to be your Halloween outfit. You're going to be a chicken nugget.
I already said I was going to come in as a chicken nugget. Shut up.
Like, you're going to be like the chicken nugget that was like comes back for revenge. Voices through. You'll be like that. You should make like
a haunted nugget.
That should be your parody, like channel that goes against you.
Crap,
it's like,
or am I cutting out?
You're a little bit sometimes cutting in and out.
Am I cutting out? Okay.
No, you're not cutting out now, but like you probably mishear me once in a while. But imagine that be like a parody channel that goes against you. It's like Chicken Nuggets Revenge, McDonald's Chicken Nuggets Revenge.
Tim, we gotta have these conversations. We need to have these conversations privately, not in the public. Don't be giving others ideas.
That's gonna be on the channel. The person's gonna dress up as a chicken nugget.
That's a big no, tribal gal. She's not. I'm not doing that. I'm not getting grandma her license. Hell to the no.
You're gonna wear like a wig and a mustache and pretend to buy chicken nuggets from them.
No.
Go in there with a bicycle through the drive-thru.
No. I will not be going anywhere near McDonald's. I'm not allowed by law. Would you like to see the no trespass order?
Listen.
You think I'm joking? I'm not.
Who's to say they didn't check the GPS of Danny's phone? They could have done the same to Danny as they did. I think they did do that to Danny because Danny seems they did that to Danny. So
did you guys sleep through that testimony? Like they had an expert on the stand that went over all of Danny's route from that night while Leilani was out doing what she was doing. There was an expert that went through all of Danny's data on where he was, which route he took to work, how he's followed on cameras, the whole nine.
Mm-hmm. I bet we won't get a verdict until Friday tomorrow. If it's a guilty verdict, for all accounts, you'll get it by tomorrow. If it's not, then I don't know. But if it's like not an immediate verdict by tomorrow, there's a good possibility that one of the charges might not be guilty, or there's going to be and if the longer it goes, like if it goes like beyond Monday to like Wednesday or Thursday, most likely that's a sign of a possible hung jury type of situation. Like there's like one person that says no, there's not enough evidence,
and that's all it takes is one.
Maybe that's the juror that was sleeping.
Oh shit!
That was the jury that's going to be away. Oh my god. For the voiceless, was there something about Leilani Googling something about hating her kids that came up in evidence?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
I think they went through that testimony, that girl next door, about the location. I mean, I think that the problem is that they were able to locate the remains because they basically, it's like a science on where they put the garbage, and they basically tracked it down. The truck, where it dumped, exactly the time and place. They got a garbage expert on
Yep.
landfills. And it's the problem is defense didn't really have an expert that could have refuted that or anything really to refute anything that the prosecution has stated. Mostly they're just like, well, you're not 100% sure, are you? Nope. No further questions.
Well, anything is possible, isn't it? Yep. We rest our
Could
case, Your Honor.
Could you wake up on the moon if you go to bed at night on Earth? Could you wake up on the moon according to chaos theory? Yep. No further questions, Your Honor. Could Bigfoot exist? Yeah. No further questions, Your Honor. It's like that's not quite a defense, to be honest with you. That's like though some people might think that's, might say, no, I don't. Because in the end of the day, like if you thought about this case in like parts, yeah, you'd probably say there wouldn't be enough. But if it's all the things together, it's the different statements, it's the GPS, it's the garbage route, it's the where they found the remains, it's the doll should have been in his bed. It's like all these things combined together create a picture. It's just like a puzzle piece, if you will. Yeah, you don't need every single piece of the puzzle to know exactly what the picture is. You just need the majority of it, if you catch my drift. And that's what the prosecution did. They put together a puzzle piece. There are certain pieces that are missing because either they couldn't get it because of the remains were destroyed, basically, due to the landfill. And you just basically got an incomplete puzzle piece. And it's up to the jury to kind of guess what the image is based on that. Now, in my opinion,
How did the boy get in the landfill?
yeah. And that's pretty much it. That's what the case is. That's pretty much what every criminal case is. It's basically you're looking at a puzzle piece. They put together as many pieces as possible. And the defense comes in and says, well, that piece doesn't quite match in. I think the defense is trying to jam in that piece. It doesn't look like that. And then they go back and forth and interpret what the picture looks like. Defense comes in there and says it looks like an elephant. The prosecution comes in there and says it looks like a snake on a tree. And there you go. That's just my opinion. We see they had to spend $8,000 just to reroute the landfill contracts during this research time. It was a huge miracle. And I'm not religious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I can respect your opinion on that, girl next door. I mean, there's people like that in cases where they're like, I don't really get it. Some people will sit there and be like, what's the motive? How was the murder done? There was Danny probably had a better motive in my mind because in the house because he was more angry about the circumstances he was in. This is a young guy. He's probably has an inkling that his girlfriend's cheating on him with the drug dealer, probably. He's got this thought, he's already got a kid with her.
It's not considered cheating, Tim, if you're just going to pick up and score. It's just the cost of doing business.
Well, still.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
All right, got the jury charge, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please bring out Miss Simon.
Well, thank you guys for watching all the previous trials. And also thank you for being with us during this whole thing. Soon we're going to have the jury charge come in.
Brittany, a copy of the verdict.
Oh, I thought she was going to ask for another break. Be like, well, man, we had enough breaks.
You can have a break when jury goes into deliberations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no more breaks.
No more breaks. We're gonna get this done.
We're fucking done with the breaks. Even though I get shit done during the breaks. Well, I guess I get shit done, and I got a lot of stuff done. I got my whole carpets done yesterday and today.
Dude, we could have been done with this. You shampooed the shit out of your carpets?
Yep. Yesterday into this morning. Yep.
Damn, you want to come do mine? We'll
Fuck
go to
no,
the
I
hot.
don't.
We'll go to the
No.
hot springs afterwards.
Girl, I am worn the fuck out.
It's okay. You can take a couple days. I didn't mean you had to come tomorrow.
Yeah.
You hold that one.
All right, Quinn, I'm going to jump down. I got something else to do. You have a good one. I'll be in the chat.
All right.
It's going to be a jury charge. All right, bye.
Yeah, I had to
Back
get him
on the
finished.
record in
Here we go.
SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon. Let the record reflect that counsel for the state are present, counsel for Ms. Simon are present. Ms. Simon is seated with them. Okay, so we're back now, and the court will go into jury instructions once we bring the jurors in. Is there anything from the state that we need to take up at this point?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may bring in the jury. Thank you, Williams. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please have a seat. Good afternoon and welcome back from your lunch break. Were you able to follow the court's previous instructions? There were no discussions or research. All right. So as I told you before you broke for lunch, this is the time in which the court will give you the instructions that you're to use during jury deliberations. And so I'm going to first tell you once again, thank you for your time, your energy. This is, it's been requiring of your attention and your time. We could not do this without you. And this is how our system works. So, as to the indictment, you're considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. The grand jury has indicted Leilani Marie Simon with 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of concealing the death of another, 1 count of false report of a crime, and 14 counts of making a false statement. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment in the plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in her favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with the evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests with the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce the evidence or to prove innocence. Just want to make sure. juror. Okay, to resume, when a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded juror, fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you should acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt are not sufficient to authorize conviction of the defendant. You, members of the jury, are the judges of the facts. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law I give you in the charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial. It also includes any stipulations, which are facts agreed to by the lawyers. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening statements, or closing arguments by the lawyers, or the questions asked by the lawyers. When parties stipulate facts, this is the nature of the evidence. You must take that fact or those facts as a given without the necessity of further proof. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. As to direct and circumstantial evidence, evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned, though, about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness, such as by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. That is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the way you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including witnesses' manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case in court by witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think is properly entitled. It is properly entitled to receive. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Prior statements. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pre-trial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. Single witness corroboration. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there's no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. Defendant's choice not to testify. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined by any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Statements that the defendant allegedly made to law enforcement have been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary. Voluntariness defined. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions of promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under the compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of her rights as discussed below, if applicable. Circumstances of the statements. You may consider the duration and the conditions of detention as factors relevant to the question of whether or not a statement was freely and voluntarily made. Burden of proof as to voluntariness. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. Statement of defendant made on November 21st, 2022. A statement that the defendant allegedly made while in custody has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary and whether the defendant was properly advised of her constitutional rights. Constitutional rights. If the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of her constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. 1, the defendant has a right to remain silent. 2, if the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything she said could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. 3, the defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with her at all times during any questions. And 4, if the defendant did not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for her to represent her before any questioning and to be present with her during any questioning. I'm going to ask council to approach. In resuming, burden of proof as to rights. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that all the warnings of rights. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. Conditions precedent to consideration of statement. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statements were voluntary and that all of the warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given, if required, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find defendant was properly informed of these rights where required, and that she understood and gave up those rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict, except for purposes of attacking the credibility of the witness or impeachment. Prior difficulties between parties. Evidence of prior difficulties between the defendant and Quentin have been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and Quentin. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine, but you are not to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Identification and burden of proof. It is for you to say whether, under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify this defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the alleged crime. It is not necessary that the defendant show that another person committed the alleged offense. If you do not believe that the defendant has been sufficiently identified as a person who committed the alleged crime, or if you have any reasonable doubt about such, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of this defendant as a person who committed the crime alleged in this bill of indictment. DNA. Evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparison is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are the credibility or believability and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved with the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves that were used to form such opinions. All of these issues are matters for you to consider and determine. It is for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to the evidence relating to DNA comparison in your decision in this case. Definition of crime. The defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute under this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown by many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. No presumption of criminal intent. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you must find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Presumptions and inferences. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that 1, the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will, and 2, a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make such inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. Guilt by mere presence. A jury is not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time of its perpetration guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. Guilt by mere association. A jury is not authorized to find a person who was merely associated with other persons involved in the commission of a crime guilty of consent in or concurrence in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person helped in the actual perpetration of the crime or participated in the criminal endeavor. Venue. The law provides that the criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Chatham County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, just as any element of the offenses. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. Malice murder. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, caused the death of another person, 2, unlawfully, and 3, with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as a term used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound would be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Malice. Malice may be expressed or implied or both. You may find express malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may imply malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. Motive. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. Felony murder. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, caused the death of another person, 2, by committing a felony. Aggravated assault and cruelty to child, aggravated assault and cruelty to a child in the first degree are felonies, which I will define for you shortly. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Causation in felony murder. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that she caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault, regardless of whether she intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. Causation is a question left to you, the jury, to decide. Concealing death. For concealing the death of another, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, concealed the death of another person, 2, which hindered the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. Simple assault, generally. A person commits simple assault when that person attempts to commit a violent injury to the person of another. Aggravated assault with an offensive weapon. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, assaulted another person, 2, with an offensive weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. An offensive weapon is an object that causes death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. Determining if weapon is offensive. In deciding whether an object is an offensive weapon, you may consider all of the following factors: the nature and extent of any injury inflicted, the character or capabilities of the weapon, the manner in which it was used, any display of it to the jury, any other circumstances of the case. Cruelty to children in the first degree, malice. For cruelty to children in the first degree, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, maliciously caused, 2, cruel or excessive, 3, physical pain, 4, to a child under the age of 18. In deciding whether the defendant acted maliciously, understand that malice is not ill will or hatred. Malice in this context means an intent to cause the pain without justification or excuse. Malice also means willfully doing an act while aware of a strong likelihood that the pain may result. Voluntary intoxication, not a defense. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. If the defendant, when sober, could reason and distinguish between right and wrong, and she voluntarily became intoxicated and then committed a crime while intoxicated, she is responsible for the crime just as if she had been sober at the time she committed the crime. False report of a crime. A person commits the offense of false report of a crime when she willfully and knowingly gives or causes a false report of a crime to be given to any law enforcement officer or agency of the state. Making a false statement. A person commits the offense of making a false statement when she knowingly and willfully falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device a material fact, makes false, fictitious, or fraudulent statements or representation, or makes or uses any false writing or document, knowing the same to contain any false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry in any matter within the jurisdiction of any department or agency of state government or of the government of any county, city, or other political subdivision of this state. Verdict generally. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty of any of these offenses, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it will be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. If, however, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Chatham County, Georgia, did on or about the dates alleged in the indictment commit the charged offenses in the manner as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Unanimous verdict. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is agreed to by all. The verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. I have prepared a verdict form for you to use during deliberations, and it will go out with you. I don't expect you to be able to see it directly from where you are, but this is the verdict form, and it will state, or it states, we, the jury, find as follows: count 1, malice, murder, and you have a choice. We find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. Count 2, felony murder, aggravated assault. We find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. Count 3, felony murder, cruelty to child in the first degree. We find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. Concealing the death of another. We find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. Count 5, false report of a crime. We find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. Count 6, making a false statement. We find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. And that will be the same with counts 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Each of those counts is making a false statement. And for each of those, you would find the defendant not guilty, or we find the defendant guilty. This will be signed by the foreperson and returned to the court. The court has no interest in the case. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial, has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Sympathy. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws giving you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice for or against either party. Responsibility for sentencing. You are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. Deliberations. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your number to act as foreperson, who will preside over your deliberations and who will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, consult with one another, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should only do so after discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. Juror use of technology. Obviously, during your deliberations, you're free to talk with one another about the case. During your deliberations, however, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone else by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, tablet, or computer, the internet, any internet service, any text, or instant messaging service or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, or TikTok to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. I am going to release you now to retire to the jury room, but do not begin your deliberations until you receive the indictment and any evidence that has been admitted in this case. You are excused to the jury room.
Jurors are exiting.
Oh, just a moment. Very important. So we have 4 alternates. The 4 alternates will not deliberate with the other 12 jurors. Your presence here is important. We could not do without you, but 4 of you will be remaining, and I think that's 1 through 12 are the primary jurors. Okay, so 1 through 12, please step to the jury deliberation room. And as to the 4 alternate jurors, you will go next door. Is next door free? Okay, thank you. So 1 through 12, please retire to the deliberation room. And ladies and gentlemen, before you leave, I just want to say thank you for your time and attention. It is important for the court to have alternates. The same rules apply to you. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't use any media to communicate with anyone else. Don't do any research, okay? All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Williams. Okay, everyone may have a seat. Okay. Anything from the state?
No objection to the charge, Your Honor. If that, is that what the court was inquiring about? Yes.
And Mr. Purse?
Yes, ma'am, one matter.
Yes.
On behalf of Ms. Simon and pursuant to official code of Georgia 17-8-58, parentheses A, close parentheses, the defendant objects to the court's charge on prior difficulties between parties. Yesterday during the charge conference, we made some preliminary objections, but I think that statute requires us to put the objections on the record after the charge. Our position is, there are circumstances where that charge has application, and this is just not one of them. It's if people are feuding or something and there's a crime committed, it fits in that circumstance. This is different than that, and we object to being provided. That's our only objection to the charge provided by the court.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. Your objection is noted.
Thank you, ma'am.
And at this point, I guess we will, coming up, take a look at the evidence. I know there was a preliminary review of the evidence.
have any objection to the evidence, the verdict on the indictment.
Okay. So let me. Okay, so the evidence that will go back to the jury has been inventoried. Both the state and defense agree on what needs to go back. Did I pass down the verdict form?
Yes.
Okay, you got it.
Didn't see in there was the jury charges and maybe.
It's in there. I just.
Okay, looks like everything is ready to go. All right, thank you, Deputy Smith.
Can I see your jury charges? That's your confidential date?
So at this point, we'll send those back, and we have the verdict form and the indictment, Mr. Bryant.
Yes.
And there's nothing else that needs to be done at this point. So we will recess and await the verdict. We're in recess.
And we're officially on verdict watch. Mm-mm-mm. Verdict watch. Yep, start the clock now. I don't believe there'll be a verdict today either. Tomorrow, most likely. But I could be incorrect on that also. I don't know I don't know how late they deliberate. I am making nutcrackers today. You think today, Rowena? Well, I'm making nutcrackers, elf legs, and front doors. I think 2 to 3 hours. Today? Well, I guess we will find out then, won't we? A lot of you guys think today. I think I'm glad I'm not having you decide my fate. I don't know. This one's hard because we know extra stuff that they don't know. But she definitely had a lot of counts against her, didn't she? You think 1 to 2 hours? Could very well be. "20 counts." Yep. The defense did not call one. Achoo. Sneezing away over here. Don't mind me. I don't know if they go to 5 or if they go till 6. I'm unsure on that one, you guys. Yes, like the babysitter is a liar. Yes. Yes, Cappy. Like the events that took place, that's what I felt as extra. I mean, we got a little more behind the scenes look than what the jury did. "5:30, maybe not today." Yeah, YouTube's been really glitchy today, I've noticed. This morning. No, she didn't lie on the stand. I meant like the events the stories that we know that she said versus what testimony she gave on the stand. We also saw what kind of, how she was compensated by YouTubers, etc. Man, Mason's over there just crashed out snoring. I don't know, Sonny. No clue. How long, Nana? We don't know, honey. Some people think today, some people think tomorrow, could be next week. We just don't know. It's all going to be up onto them. Yep, our opinion doesn't matter now. It's all up to the jury. I know. We wish we could tell you. We wish we could predict how long it would be, Nana's love. I agree, Rowena. Oh, for the love of God. I'm going to have to go soon. I have somebody that just showed up at my house. Yep, it was, Bree. Yep, it was exactly who you thought. Yes, ma'am. Voldemorticia. Yep. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go again. Hi, Phoenix. Thank you, Halloween baby. Well, I'm just going to stay right here till I know what exactly is going on. You can thank Just Samantha for that idea. Just Samantha said, oh, hey, you know what would be cool? If you could do one of those. Unfortunately, I didn't have the rice lights, so I couldn't make them light up, but I made some cute little green ones. Oh, yeah, Nana, I figured there was probably that. The relationship sounded very unhealthy. It just sounded super awful. I don't want to admit what, because I don't like whom. I'm not even sure what to say. She did lie on the stand, BJ says. I don't even know what to think right now. That's kind of how I looked at it, but Booty. Like she needed to make herself look right. Nana, I believe you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Who lied on the stand? Who were you talking about? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Diana, the
I
babysitter.
mean, we knew that though. Come on.
I know. But somebody had asked a question and I had responded, and then BJ confirmed it that she did lie on the stand. So Nana was just saying that she had paid her through multiple accounts as requested by her. So probably to skirt the income reporting guidelines, those kinds of things, in my opinion. That's why somebody has you do that to multiple different accounts.
Ooh.
Man, I was just rolling up at the location where the Great Pumpkin was hidden at, and 3 people found it. 3 people found the Great Pumpkin before I did. A group of pumpkin hunters went out there. I went the opposite direction and I passed them on my way out, but they got to it before I did. That's okay. There's always next year. Great Pumpkin. Yes, the Great Pumpkin Hunt, where they hide a pumpkin that's, if you bring it into the right location, it's worth $5,555 worth of prizes. Oh, well, I'm so glad that you know who I am. I've got a double standard. Okay. Yep, I'm done reading your comments. I think I might be done with the interwebs today. I'm allowed to have any opinion I want to have. Fuck.
Now wait a goddamn second. Who's in here talking shit to you? What's going on?
I don't know. Somebody I've never seen in here before under a name.
Oh, well, come on. You know they're fucking trolling. I mean, come on. Especially with the bullshit going on with Savage. Come on.
They're green and they're just talking about the babysitter.
Maybe it's well, people
know.
are gonna have different opinions too. You know what I mean? And they're really strong, just like some of ours are. You know.
And I understand that, but this person's saying that I've got a double standard. Blah 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 blah.
Shit, I do too. I do too. Is what it is. Sometimes I can't help it. You know, I mean, at least I'm not a fucking hypocrite like the HOA. Sitting here talking about there was so many lies. There was just so many lies. No, the fuck there wasn't. The fuck? That was the craziest shit I ever heard in my life. Come on now. A lot of information we didn't know about. I will say that.
I just can't believe somebody could be such an asshole. And then I think back to like the Koberger case. We were talking with B. Tim earlier. And if they had all of this from this trial, can you imagine what they're going to have in Idaho?
No, that case will be a fucking mess. Watch.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I thought the Delphi case would be too, because of all the stuff. Oh man, you seen where the pictures they released the pictures to the jury of the. Oh, it was bad. It was really bad. It was fucking sad.
I haven't watched any of Delphi. I haven't watched any of it. I can't bring myself to. Oh my God, these nutcrackers are so cute.
See, our Just Samantha girl watches it, and so I told her
you get all the updates
with it. So I started watching it. Yeah, I get updates from her, but I started watching it too. You know.
Yeah, I haven't watched. This has been the only thing. Other than that, I've been.
Well, it's not okay. Hold on. Let me before somebody tries to say it's not being televised. Okay. So I'm watching Hidden True Crime or whatever to get her updates because she's in the courtroom.
Oh yeah, Lauren does great updates.
Yes, she does. She really does, and I really, really like the way she's very, honest about it and short and sweet.
She used to be a reporter for KSL out of Salt Lake City.
Oh, really? No, I didn't know that.
Yes, she used to be a reporter for KSL, the CBS, NBC. I don't remember which affiliate it is, but yeah, she used to be the reporter for KSL. Yep, she was truly a reporter. She did great coverage on Rebecca Brassati's case. She's a missing gal out of Montana. I really like Lauren. Yes, her and Dr. John together. Absolutely. Absolutely. You just found her the other day? No, you can't say somebody's guilty just because they don't testify against themselves. I agree with that.
All right. So I was washing. I had to rinse out the showers.
No worries.
Well, we had a guy. Okay. I've had a rough couple days.
Oh no.
So now that everything's taken care of, I'm gonna tell y'all about it.
Okay.
Shit. So we woke up to this terrible smell, right? I called Ameren, the power company.
Uh-huh.
They come out and they're like, yeah, you have not one, two, but 6 small gas leaks. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So they had to shut the gas off. Yeah.
Oh no.
So then we had to have somebody come out and fix it. And that means like the shower wasn't working for 2 days. So we had to come to grandma's and it's been
Yeah.
hell. Because you know what I'm saying? Nothing runs on. It's just been fucking hell the last 2 days. And they were in there walking around on my carpets, which are like a tan, you know what I'm saying? Like a beige
Oh.
tan color. So anyways, they fucking walked across them with some grease or muddy. I don't know what the fuck it was, but of course it went right across my fucking taken care of.
It cut you right off.
Oh my God. So then anyways, can you hear me now?
Yep, hear you now.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so anyways, I had to clean that up. That's why I was shampooing the carpets to begin with. So
Oh, what a mess. Everything's fixed though. You're good now?
yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Good.
So I just was, rinsing that out. But anyways, you want to do you want to close this out then, or what? I mean, all we're doing is waiting, right, for the jury.
Yeah, all it is verdict watch. So if you got something else you want to do, it's
Well, yeah, as I
perfect.
said, otherwise we're just kind of sitting here, and I don't think they're going to be back within like an hour or so. And you know what I
I don't
mean?
think they are either.
So, yes, I definitely need a Nash Vegas vacation.
Held on to
Absolutely.
it.
But here, I want to read these off before I forget about them. In my opinion, I'm petty as fuck, bitch. Allegedly gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I don't know what the fuck Casey's doing here. Casey Lips or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck she got going on, but hey, girl, hey. Big girl for life. Leilani Simon will 100 have an outburst if the verdict is guilty. Who Bear member for 2 months says, hold on, thanks to whoever gifted me the free membership. Barbie is boss did a $3.99 super sticker, and Sharon did a $2 super sticker. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all showing love and supporting the hive, baby. Yep, B Tim was up here earlier. He's got stuff to do. I got some stuff to do. I know she's got stuff to do. So
All right.
I guess we'll wait for the jury and see what's up, and we'll go from there. You know.
You gonna come back on later?
I mean, I can. I just.
Well, I didn't know if we needed to talk shit or not.
Yeah.
Either or. All right, I will see you around. Thanks for letting me come sit up here and hang out while we were doing all this watching and waiting. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
as I said, we've been on here for a while. I mean, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours. So that's like putting in a whole ass work fucking day.
Yes, ma'am, it is. We're doing double jobs. All right, see you later.
All righty, I appreciate you.
Bye.
Here, not on a gifted membership and not trolling. Oh, I appreciate you being here. I will catch you guys on the flip side, and I hope you have a good day and a good evening. If I don't see you, then I will catch you guys when the verdict comes out. Have a good day, y'all.